Hello and welcome to our morning session on day 3 of the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. Joining me today in the commentary box is Paralympic and world gold medalist Barney Story. Good morning, Barney.
Very good morning. I'm looking forward to some excellent road racing today.
I know. So day 1 and day 2, the individual time trials, well, they are complete now because day 3 and 4 we move on to the road races. And after the rain of yesterday, the sun is out here in Ronse. A little bit of cloud cover expected today, but a dry day for the road races. I'm going to use the word predicted. Saturday the 30th of August, and this is the schedule ahead of us. At 9 o'clock, the H2 and H1 men's road race gets underway. 5 minutes later, the women's H2 and H1 starts. That is the first race of the day out here in Ronse, Belgium. Well, we talked about the weather, Barney, but also a lot of the riders yesterday talking about the road surface and the changing road surface here in Ronse. Now, the course that is being used for the road race this morning, we've got it in front of us. 4 laps for the men, 3 laps for the women, 2 laps for some of the courses later on today. So a real mix, but the same course, just an alternate and different number of laps. It is the same course, bar the 100 metres of joining that was used for the time trial over the last 2 days. So the riders will know this course and they'll know it well.
They will indeed, and what they have to do, they have to look for opportunities on this course where they can forge a gap or break away, and certainly those little rises we saw in the time trial and also the technical sections through the town is an area where they can extend perhaps a lead.
Well, it is going to be interesting to see how they utilise the time trial course for the road racing and whether riders, well, not whether, but what plans riders have for those breakaways, those attacks, or whether we're going to see riders come towards the line for a sprint finish. And we saw many sprint finishes in Zurich last year at the 2024 World Championships. We saw many riders break away as well. It's going to be a mixed bag, I think. And the commissaires panel on your screen at the moment, overseeing the road race today. Now, the commissaires, the race referees, and what sorts of things will they be looking for out there today?
Yeah, it's ultimately they're judged to kind of make sure the rules are being upheld and making sure that riding around in bunches is often a tricky thing and a dangerous part of cycling. So it's making sure that that's done in the right way within this racing.
And we have 2 separate waves, two separate starts this morning in the road race. The men, the H2 and H1 classes go together, and the women's H2 and H1 classes go together. The H2 start list on your screen at the moment. Now, last year's road race, Garot Munoz, Joani and Mazzone, all 3 of those riders in the mix today in the H2 category. In the H1 category, which is now on your screen, last year it was Hordis from Conigliani from Ferreira de Melo who took the 1, 2, 3 in the road race. We did indeed see a sprint finish in that men's H1 class. Thing today. Four competitors. Amadeo took the win in the individual time trial. She's got to be feeling strong at the moment, so that is going to be interesting to see. And in the women's H1, 2 competitors today. And those 2, not to be discounted because they were 1, 2 in the individual time trial 2 days ago. And it's a different beast, road racing to time trialing, isn't it, Barney?
Yeah, it is indeed, and the tactics do come into play, to make sure that you can ultimately, you can be in 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th position in a road race throughout the entire race.
To be in the front is at the finish.
Yeah.
Well, quite often you see the rider win who you may not have seen for most of the race, and that I think is always an interesting move. But you can see the riders down on the start at the moment. The men's H2 class and the men's H1 will go at 9 a.m. Well, that's 9 a.m. Central European time. I'm assuming our viewers anywhere around the world, alternate time zones do exist.
And these are the nervous moments, I think, within races, where you have this moment of pause, a moment of calm just before the start, whilst you're trying to keep your heart rate as low as possible, and just thinking about the process of how you're going to race and what you're going to do. And this is exactly what will be going through these athletes' minds at the moment.
And we were talking at the start of the time trials and watching the breathing technique of the riders to bring that heart rate down. And interesting, you know, some of the riders seem quite settled. Some of the riders using breathing techniques here on the start. Different strategies for the start of the road race.
Yeah, it is indeed, and each rider will have a tried and practiced, you know, method of their preparation before races. We've seen the majority of these riders in Road World Cups, the UCI Road World Cup Series, before we get to these World Championships as well. So there've been plenty of opportunity to practice and hone the specifics of their race technique.
Now, the two categories here together under one start, it does mean that they race as one pack, doesn't it? So they come out of the start together.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you're going to see the two races here, and it's this is where the helmet colour comes in to help for our viewers at home and also us in the commentary box here.
Yes.
So where you see a green helmet and a green number, that's the men H1 category, and when you see a blue helmet and a blue number, that's the men's H2 category.
Well, the riders' final moments now slowly ticking down. We're coming up to 30 seconds to go before the first of the road races are away in the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships here in Ronse in Belgium. And you can see the spectators on the side, and I can assure you they will get deeper and deeper as the weekend progresses and the racing keeps going.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Final moments as the countdown takes place here at the start of the first road race at the Paracycling Road World Championships for 2025. And away go the men's H2 class and the men's H1 class out onto a 46.4 kilometre race. It's 4 laps of an 11.6 kilometre course. And you can see starting in the heart of the town.
And what you'll likely see at this point, you're likely to see a split between the men's H1 and H2 competition, because the H2, their disability isn't as severe as the men's H1, so you're likely to see a higher speed from the men's H2 class as we see our Spanish competitor. And I seem to remember this happening in Zurich last year, surging off the front, and that was Sergio Garot-Munoz.
Well, let's just take a little look. Garot-Munoz was indeed the winner of the road race in Zurich last year, and he did indeed break away by over a minute from Joigny, who took second place. Mazzone, who took third. There was a significant gap between the leading two and third place. But we'll remind ourselves it was a much shorter lapped course last year in Zurich, a much bigger, longer lap. And you can see immediately the changing in road surface that the riders were talking about yesterday in the time trial interviews. So a real mixed surface here on this 11.6 kilometre course. Tarmac, concrete, I'm going to call them minor Belgium cobbles, but you can see the difference and you can see the impact here, and also quite a camber on some of the roads as well.
Yeah, you can indeed, and you can see how, you can see and you can hear how the bikes are kind of navigating, and the noise they're making going around these corners on their limits. So yeah, and now they're into that very familiar style we'll see with the hand bikes, where the cranks are actually in the same plane, so they're at the same angle, so you don't have the same pedaling you would see on whether it's a trike, a solo bike or a tandem. They pedal with both hands going around at the same point on the same revolution. So yeah, we can just see our Spanish competitor here trying to repeat his breakaway strategy from last year's race in Zurich, where he broke away in exactly the same way and forged his lead very, very early on last year. He's trying to repeat that this year.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I'm sure the other competitors must be used to by now this tactic.
You would think so, but I think very often, when the competitors are at the start and on the start line, they have to kind of make a decision. Do I chase or do I wait? And I think if you're in a little group behind and you can work together, go through and off the same principles, work in hand cycling that they do in any type of cycling, if you can work as a group, you can pull a rider back. But as we saw last year, Munoz was just in a class of his own, so he managed to, escape and kind of keep that pace throughout the whole race.
Well, and it's really interesting, isn't it? Because Munoz didn't win the time trial. It was indeed Schreini who took that World Championship title in the individual time trial. So you would make an assumption that gap may not have gone or go so far.
No, you would do, and that's absolutely a very valid point. The fact that he's actually riding an incredibly good time trial at the moment. It's a slightly longer time trial than he would have ridden in the competition. And I think sometimes if athletes' mindset works in different ways. So if he's being chased, it brings a different side out to his performance.
Well, the defending champion, Katarina Brim, did not take to the start of the individual time trial.
Laatste minuut van de tweede start.
We're just counting the numbers, I think.
I am.
It doesn't look likely
she's down
here
at the start today either. So it's looking like Katarina Brim, the defending champion, not on the start line. Amadeo took the time trial. Season came through in second in that individual time trial in the women's H2 class, and Goncalves took third. In the women's H1 class, Piscini, the defending champion from Zurich, isn't here. Berhuisen took first place in the time trial earlier on in the competition, and she is indeed down on that start line. Now, 3 laps today for
10,
the women.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go!
And away go the women's H2 and H1 class on the road race here at the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. Now, Barney, we're spoilt today because we are right on the start and finish line.
We are indeed, and we're going to see some fantastic action going past us here in our, well, literally about 10 metres beyond the finish line, in a perfect position to see hopefully some sprint finishes as well. Yes,
now at the moment it is looking like Grot Munoz is indeed away, but it's a tiny gap at the moment, Barney. 3 riders pushing on strongly behind, and they have indeed closed him down.
Yeah, they have. He's not been given the same lead that he was in Zurich, and they very quickly closed him down and got into the rhythm of their race. So we're going to see a different dynamic to the race this year, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that then pans out, and with these 4 riders in the lead.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some split times for you, and we'll be able to give you time checks coming during the road race. But at the moment, you can see out on the road, Grot Munoz not getting it all his own way, even though he drove hard off of the start. The riders in that men's H2 class closing him down quickly. Well, this is another group forming on the road.
It looks like Chase Group 2, I think, behind our 4 leaders.
Yeah, and this is the 2 Japanese riders, Kano and Noda. So the 2 riders from Japan in the men's H2 class working strongly together. Now, Barney, let's just talk about the bikes for a minute, because we've got a fabulous shot here. Well, we had a fabulous shot there, the 2 bikes riding close together. With the bar across the back.
Yeah, that's right. That's a safety bar. So if you can imagine the front wheel of the hand bike, if that went between the 2 back wheels at the rear, then you could end up with a kind of an issue, well, ultimately a crash being the worst case scenario. So that safety, what we call the safety bar, is a requirement for all handbikes within this competition, and the trikes when we get onto those as well, to make sure that those wheels don't go between the wheels in front on the handbike. So yeah, it's a very important safety issue.
Well, it's looking like Manuel Schell from Germany just getting distanced off of that leading group now, able to go with the pace early on, but now and when they're out onto the more rural area of the course, really starting to struggle to stay with the pace of the lead group.
Yeah, he was. And in these situations in road racing, you have to try and go with this pace. You know, it's the World Championships. Even if you feel slightly beyond your own capabilities, you just got to hope that the pace might ease up just that little bit. But at the moment, it doesn't look like that being that way, with Munoz again on the front trying to force the pace against his two breakaway companions.
Yeah, well, there is Schnell from Germany just coming around the corner. And there's some very tight corners on this course, and some of them at 90 degrees, some of them tighter than 90 degrees. So it will make a difference to how they race each other, won't it? We'll have stronger corner riders who go through the corners, stronger riders on the straights.
Yeah, well, indeed. And you can already see Giovanni there just starting to take over the lead and push his pace too. As you see the lead in the men's H1 class here, and we're already starting to see Conegliani starting to forge the pace very early on against his competitors.
Yeah, Wilcox there from the USA as well, and it's looking like these two riders really driving this men's H1. So two races out on the course at the moment. The men's, well, actually, in the men's H1 and the men's H2, and then two classes out in the women's race as well. Women's H2 and the women's H1.
We can see De Vries here, who's just bridged that gap to our two leaders here from the Republic of South Africa. Sat almost, it looks like he's glued to the safety bar of Conegliani in front of him. But yeah, he's just getting in a bit of the wind now, and is starting to actually force some pace as well.
Well, it's De Vries as well, actually, there, isn't there? And you know, he rode an absolutely phenomenal time trial, taking second place in that men's H1 time trial. Conegliani took the win, and Yoda took third in that time trial event.
And you can see Wilcox here. He's really struggling to keep with the pace of these two, just on this little rise coming out of town. And all Wilcox has to do now is really focus on his race and try and stay with these two. And because the pace will ease at some point, it's not going to be consistent with these two, because they're going to be looking at each other and trying to figure out, do I go now? Do I wait a little bit? But yeah, some strong you know, tactics being shown by Conegliani from Italy and De Vries from the Republic of South Africa too.
Well, this is Amma Kubadkova from Uzbekistan in the women's H1 class. Now, we've talked about Uzbekistan over the two time trial days, Barney, because they've got a strong, a big squad and a young squad as well.
Yeah, they have. It's great to see that. We've mentioned it multiple times. We first saw them en masse in Zurich at the World Championships last year, and now we've seen them again, obviously at the so. To make sure that, you know, cycling should be open to all the countries in the world, and certainly we're starting to see that more and more now.
Well, this is Goncalves at the moment, the rider from Brazil in the women's H2 class. She took third in the individual time trial. She took third last year in the road race. This looks to me like, at the moment, she's leading the women's H2 road race.
Yeah, it does indeed, and this is where you'll start to see some of the races overlapping each other, I think, is the appropriate way to put it. And this is why it's really helpful for us having helmet colours, having number colours, so we can try and pick out the riders in the different races, all occurring at the same time on this course.
Well, these three away in the men's H2
is indeed. We are, and you can just see here at the back, Conegliani's not keen to go through then and contribute for the pace at the moment. So he's happy for the other two riders to kind of take pace.
So this is the chase at the moment. Cody Wills in here. The rider from the USA on the back of this group. And with him, he has got the rider from Israel, actually, Amit Hasdai. So we're talking about drafting exactly the same as road bikes. I'm assuming, Barney, taking turns on the front and rotating through and working together are also what may be expected to some element, but not always adhered to.
Absolutely right. Yeah, there's nothing in the rules to say that you have to take your turn in a line of three riders. You can sit at the very back and do absolutely nothing if you so wish. But ultimately, and this is the psychological game you have with road racing is trying to, it's almost like a game of chess. You're trying to maneuver your opponents where you want them whilst execute your race at the same time. And you can just see that with De Vries at the back there. He's just kind of laying off a little bit, not almost pretending that he's, his form isn't great at the moment, just so he doesn't have to roll through.
Yeah, there is also a psychological game going on, and you talk about chess, and take a look at this. This is back into the lead of the men's H2, and Munoz doing what Munoz likes to do and pushing away from the pack. Schweini and Mazzone, the two riders that have been in that lead group of three, seeming content at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I think this is fairly typical of what we see from Munoz. He's very used to and very able to produce high power on and off throughout a race. And what we might see with the other two riders is they prefer a much kind of steadier kind of power line, still incredibly high, and they're still riding really, really quickly. But with Munoz, he can dip in and out of this really high power all the time, and that's what he's doing at the moment to try and break the elastic between him and the chase.
But we see that with a lot of riders, don't we? They have a preferred way of riding and racing, particularly when it comes to climbing. Some riders like a steady state climb, and in terms of the time it takes from bottom to top is the same. Others like punchier steps and small elements of recovery.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you can just see, I mean, we're kind of making an assumption, but Conegliani prefers that high power for a long time. And he's struggling to kind of dip in and out of this pace being displayed by Munoz from Spain.
Well, this is the chase group at the moment. Two riders, Cody Wills from the USA and Amit Hasdai from Israel. The two riders working together, and we are seeing that because Wills coming to the fore on the climb here. Last time we were in with this duo, Hasdai was on the front. So they seem to be working well together in this chase group.
Yeah, they do. It's in both of their interests to work together at some point. So although I said earlier, if you're in the group of three in the front of the race, you can do as much or as little as you need to. Those chase two behind, if they work together, they've got more of a chance to get up to these leading three riders.
Well, Mazzone seeming to be very content to sit on the back of this group of three. So the leading group of three in the men's H2 class back together again.
Just see some helping with assistance there through the feed zone for Conegliani there. And yeah, this is the other challenge with certainly kind of the cyclists in H1 category is how they feed within a race, and you'll see the hydration tubes with you know, drinks fall and they can do that. But there was just some outside assistance, whether it's a bit of a gel or something like that, for Conegliani there.
Okay, so we drop back in with the men's H1, and you can see the effort and the drive here from the riders, and a great shot of the hand bike, Barney, as well. Yeah,
it is predominantly a carbon fibre frame for the bike, and you're seeing different wheel choices for the riders as well. Depending, that's a a personal preference. For all the riders here, some have the field and wheels, some have the deep sections, and yeah, it's mainly is a kind of personal preference, with that central strap, as you can perfectly see below the chain set at the moment, to keep the body fixed down, because these riders don't have trunk control, as we talk about, so they need that assistance to be able to help their body stay on the frame.
Attention please for the appearance of the leading group at the end of lap 1 with 3 more laps.
So the riders coming through at the front of the men's H2 with 3 laps to go. And out on the course, Mazone still sat on the back of that bunch. Munoz still sat on the front, and Joanny tucked in the middle.
It's anyone's race at the moment, isn't it? And you couldn't, as they came past us in the commentary point, you look at their faces, and it's very difficult to see if any of them are under strain or struggling at all. They look very calm at the moment.
Well, the men's H2, you can see the chase group here. Hasdai from Israel, Wills from the USA. They are also coming into town, but the leading group of 3 have established a good gap at the moment in the men's H2 class. Now, the World Cups this year, Barney, have given us some indication of form. Munoz and Joanny and Mazone have been battling all season, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed, and it's been great to see that kind of 3-way battle. I've been looking through the results. It's almost like if you just scatter the results amongst the 3 riders, that's exactly what's been happening. But in terms of road racing, obviously that includes the time trials as well at the Road World Cups. We're looking at some strong performances from Munoz, but also there are other riders who have been featuring there as well. But yeah, certainly Munoz has just kind of edged ahead in those road races.
Well, this is really interesting. This is the men's H1 class, and 3 riders clear here: Wilcox, Conegliani and De Priest. De Priest, the rider from the Republic of South Africa, you can see him on the back of the group closing the gap down, and we've seen him a number of times now off the group coming back on, off the group coming back on. He's obviously got a preferred section of road, and it looking to me like he's a strong climber.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout, and certainly on the real fast sections, you're seeing Conegliani really exert his authority on the speed aspect of this course. Obviously, they're all excellent climbers, but I think of the preferred terrain, it's going to be De Priest, that's his favoured terrain.
So Ernst Bachmeier from Austria giving chase in that men's H1 road race, and actually he's got riders in sight ahead, so a real clear motivation and a drive here. Now coming through, this is the chase in the men's H2 class. Hasdai and Wills on the front through town.
Tony Wills en met in zijn gezelschap ook Amit Hasdai.
So Hasdai and Wills go out.
Switching to our lead in the women's H2 now.
Yeah, it is indeed. So this is the rider from Thailand who took 2nd place in that individual time trial 2 days ago. Season, and she's been putting in some strong rides, Barney.
Yeah, she has indeed, and it's Yeah, certainly an excellent World Championships by her so far.
And Bohuisen, the rider we're in with at the moment in the women's H1 class, the Spanish rider, you can see she's out on the climb at the moment on that concrete section.
Yeah, that's right. And the strain she has, you can see, yeah, certainly pushing on this part, slightly raised part to the course, and the strain she has. And you can just see the hydration tube there, where she can take a drink when she needs to.
And riders being able to choose the size of the chain rings and all of those elements and set the machines up for themselves, but also for the specific course.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's a crucial part to cycling, and that is all cycling here at these Paracycling Road World Championships. The technical parts, the chain rings, the sizes. You know, any kind of small area a rider think can make a difference in terms of their overall performance, then, you know, chain rings form a very large part of that. So it's making sure that they, you know, choose the right chain rings. They're, you know, if they're a single ring, or if there are 2 chain rings on the bike, and, you know, choosing when you change up or down, or choose that. Then in turn, you start to look at cassette and, you know, different, you know, configurations for that too. So yeah, there's a whole host of things, and you can literally. Well, I could go on for hours about this, to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you what, we might not. Well, yeah, might have hours, maybe a few minutes. Now, we had said that De Vries was fluctuating on and off the back of this leading group in the men's H1, and yet again we see him off the back. Now it's really interesting, Barney. Surely there's a psychological element as well as a physical element here. How many times can you catch a group back before mentally you just think, I just don't know whether I can do that again, whether physically you can or not?
Yeah, I think physically, I think this is becoming harder and harder for De Vries now. I think the gap, every time that gap stretches, it's stretched a little bit more every single time, and I think he's starting to to really kind of suffer with that now.
Well, he was so strong in that individual time trial, but this is a very different race today, the road race. 46.4 kilometres of racing today, longer actually than we saw in Zurich last year for that World Championship title there. It's about 8 kilometres longer, this course.
Yeah, it is, and that gives the riders the opportunity to, you know, race in a slightly different way. You know, you're not seeing the same tactics succeeding here in Ronse in Belgium that we saw in Zurich last year. So it's a different type of race. As soon as you start to add length to a race or different types of terrain, you start to see a different tactic amongst the riders.
Well, Amadeo, the rider who took the win in that individual time trial in the women's H2 class, on our screens at the moment, and looking really strong. So yet more riders coming through towards the end of lap 1 here. Just a reminder, the men's 2 classes have 4 laps. The women's have 3. This is the lead in the men's H1 class, because that lead group of 3 now, De Vries dropped here off the back towards the end of lap 1, and just coming into sight now as Wilcox and Conigliani go out onto lap 2, and Conigliani utilising the opportunity of a long straight to really push on. He's been in the draft of Wilcox for a long time on lap 1. Smart racing?
Very smart. Yeah, like I've already said, you know, you don't need to be in the front all the time, and if he can use Wilcox from the USA as you can use that as a springboard to attack when you want as well. If you've been sat in the wheels, you know, operating at 20%, 25% less than the rider in front of you, you've got a lot of energy, a lot more energy to burn than them. So it makes a big difference. Well, out on the course,
You can see here the push on yet again. Now, I'm assuming, Barney, you're not surprised by this.
No, I'm not at all surprised, and I love seeing Munoz race, because there's never a point that you're going to think, oh, he's just going to sit in the group of 3 riders and not do anything. He's off again, and he makes it a really great race to watch for us too.
Yeah. It's a really interesting tactic, isn't it? He's out on lap 2. You can see he's on descent at the moment, and he's obviously really enjoying pushing on and trying to break the group. And interesting, Mazzone has not left that back wheel of Schwenny since the start.
No, he hasn't. And of course, the other thing we need to appreciate is this might be him on the limit as well.
Yeah.
So as much as we think that he's, you know, recovering and saving his energy for later in the race, this might be him hanging on, which I suspect that might be part of it as well. Because as we know with Munoz, when he does attack, it's not a kind of an 80% tester to see if the others are going to follow. This is a full commitment to try and win the race.
Well, it is, isn't it? And he does indeed drive, and Schwenny and Mazzone doing a good job of pulling him back every time. So at the moment, Sergio Garot Munoz from Spain in 1, now being brought back in, and Florent Schwenny swinging wide to go round, and straight on, attached to his wheel, is indeed Luca Mazzone from Italy. So now it is Florent Schwenny in 1, Luca Mazzone in 2, Sergio Garot Munoz in 3. Time's coming up now on your screen. The men's H2 at the end of lap 1, 9:19 from Munoz leading them through. The chase group 1 minute 30 back.
Yeah, it is, and it's obviously going to be quite a hard chase to try and get that back now. As we just see Mead from New Zealand, the closest to those 3 riders, 1 minute 34 seconds behind. You know, with Wills not too far behind him. So that's it's going to be a really difficult gap for him to bridge. But the most important thing is he has to keep trying, keep applying the power, because you never know what will happen to this group in front of him. You know, if any of them had the misfortune to have a puncture mechanical, or if they just ran out of energy. That's the other thing.
Well, and that's it, isn't it? When you've got someone like Munoz pushing on and pushing on and pushing on, closing that gap down every time takes energy. Closing it down again takes energy. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how committed Munoz is to that attack in that men's H2.
Yeah, it is, and we just see Mead here on full chase mode at the moment for New Zealand, and you can just see that where he's kind of looking to the left and the right of the cranks. We've already mentioned before that there's no kind of clear sight line through these hand bikes. The riders have to look to the left or the right to see their path for where they're racing.
And this is the men's H1 leading duo. The leading duo still together. Conegliani drove through at the end of lap 1 and started to push clear as we went through the town centre and out onto lap 2. Wilcox quickly closing it down and getting back onto that wheel and in that draft. So you can see the lead in the H1 class coming up onto one of the riders in the H2 class ahead.
Yeah, you can indeed, and this is where we'll see that the part in the racing that you. So the riders, if the riders start all together with that category, they can interact on the race circuit. But if the races are 2 separate races separated by a couple of minutes, they can't interact on the course.
So.
And then we separate out the results at the end of the race. So as we saw the men's H1 and H2 race start together, when they cross the finish line, there will be 2 separate World Championships for each class. Yeah. Men's H1 and men's H2. World Champions, 2 sets of medals.
But out on course, the men's H1 and H2 are 1 race start.
Yes.
So in terms of the men, they need to give the women's competitors who started 5 minutes later a wide berth when they, if or when they make a catch.
Correct.
But in the men's, if they catch another male competitor, they don't need to do that.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Well put.
I had to really think about that.
Here comes the leader in the WH H2 race.
Well, the women's started 5 minutes behind the men's category earlier on today. Amadeo coming through from Italy. She went clear in the individual time trial in that H2 class earlier on in the competition here in Ronse in Belgium. We are indeed day 3 of 4, and back in day 1 feels a long time ago, but for Amadeo, she's already got one World Championship title to her name in 2025. That's got to really pump you for the road race.
Of course it has, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want to be double world champion and be world champion in everything on the road? And that's something that all riders will be trying to do. But yeah, she's had a great start to the race so far. And you'll see the yellow helmets. If you're wondering why the men's and women's H1, H2 classes don't have the same colour helmets and numbers, because they're often on the course at the same time racing. So
yes,
this is where we see a different colour for the women's as well. So women's H1 have an orange helmet, and as you can see on our screen with Amadeo, the women's H2 have yellow helmets and numbers.
Well, Amadeo driving on and out on to lap number 2. On lap number 1, the women's H1 road race, it is indeed Manuela Bujuisen from Spain who is out in the lead at the moment. She too, like Amadeo in the H2 class, took the win in the time trial. So she too is pushing on here for a potential double.
Yeah, she is indeed, and that yeah, she's looking incredibly strong in this this class at the moment.
Well, Manuela Bujuisen from Spain out on the course. She's out on lap 1 at the moment. She'll be on her way back into town.
Yeah, she will be indeed, and you can just see that bar that sticks out from her cranksets. And I mean, I'm going to make a bit of a guess here, but it's either going to be the gearing or the braking system for her on her hand bike. A lot of these riders, they have to have slightly different adaptations to make sure that they can, you know, brake and operate the machine safely.
And lots of different adaptations bespoke to the individual athlete.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's a lot of specific kind of adaptations on all these machines at these World Championships.
Well, the overhead helicopter giving us some of the shots of the location here of Ronse in Belgium, the Flanders region, and some of the architecture we've seen, Barney. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I'm very much a fan of different European architecture, so it's great to see some fantastic helicopter shots of what's on offer here in Ronse in Belgium.
Yeah, well, also the heart of cycling in Belgium, the Flanders region. And at the moment, well, this trio are giving us fabulous racing in this men's H2 class. The rider from Spain, Sergio Munoz, has been attacking. He's back on the front there. Jueni has been closing down gaps and bringing the group back together. And Luca Mazzone has just, his race strategy seems to be Jueni's wheel.
Yep, that hasn't changed.
Not a bad wheel to follow.
No, it isn't indeed. And that hasn't changed since the start of this race, really. And as we see every little rise we get to, we see Garrett Munoz pushing the pace on, trying to break that elastic between those three riders. But as you rightly pointed out, Mazzone from Italy in third place is just sitting there waiting, and whether that's intentionally or not, we'll find out later in the race.
And interestingly here, they're catching one of the women's competitors in the women's H2 class, going wide and straight over the top.
Yeah, it is, and there's no chance of kind of interaction, you know, between those two races, just because of the speed difference in the two bikes, and that was yeah, proves no kind of issue for any judging or commissaires on that front.
Mirror on the bike.
Yeah, it is, because compared to the time trial, you don't really need to see what's going on behind you, but certainly for the road race, a strategic placed mirror for these hand bikes, not too big because you don't want aerodynamics kind of interfered with, is a really crucial part, and certainly helps with tactics. It helps with safety on these bikes as well.
Well, Mead pushing on strongly on this small climb at the moment. This is a section of the course where there is an out and back on the same carriageway, and you can see that because of the cones down the middle of the road. Gives you an indication also on some of the later laps about time gaps and distances, and understanding that the women's race starting 5 minutes behind, you can sort of judge where you are.
Yeah, you can indeed, and that's it's a good point of reference, particularly if, like Mead, you're on your own between groups, and you're always looking for points of reference, positive points of reference, where you know you're closing the gap or you're holding the gap to try and push you on. You can just see a great shot of his brake here, actually. You can see the rim brake on the front wheel, and also the lever just in front of his crankset, so you can see where he has to take his hand off the handlebars to brake.
Well, it's fairly early morning on Saturday here in Ronse, Belgium. Some of the local residents out and about doing their normal Saturday morning things, taking the opportunity to watch some road racing. Others coming out specifically to watch the road racing. Well, coming towards the end of the second lap, the pace on this men's H2 road race is quick. So Munoz, Joanie and Mazzone, the three riders still in the leading group here. They're at the halfway distance now in this men's road race, and now it's a different rider pushing on the front.
Yeah, it is indeed. Seeing Joanie now starting to push the pace with, again, Mazzone still in that familiar place in third spot in the line. But Gurat Munoz is, just off the front for a change, and actually sitting in the wheels. But he looks pretty composed and doesn't look too strained at all at this point.
Well, the men's H1 catching some of the back markers in the men's H2. This is an interesting move. So obviously these two riders, Canigliani and Wilcox, getting quicker and quicker, these two athletes, as they continue to push on here. And the H2 class and the H1 class starting together. So this is absolutely fine, isn't it, Barney?
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, this race can interact together, and it gives us a good example with the different coloured helmets, albeit slightly different shades of green and
There's
blue.
There's some interpretation on shade.
There are, yeah, but we can see a definite difference between green and blue. I think that's probably the main difference. But yeah, these three riders can interact on the course together at the same time.
Well, you can see there the riders in that H1 class, the two leaders, Wilcox and Canigliani. The stronger riders, they've made the catch to the rider from the H2 class, but on the climb you can now see the differential coming out to the side and now starting to drive on and drive clear. Nicholas de Priets from the Republic of South Africa was in the leading group during lap 1, just getting distanced though. A couple of times he pushed on and closed the gap and got back into that leading group of two, but at the moment Wilcox and Canigliani the leading two. De Priets currently in third.
Back with our leader in the women's H2 class, Roberta Amadeo, who's again forging on the pace in this race to make sure she builds on her lead and ultimately try to head towards that double world championship in the time trial and the road race.
She's really looking like she's established a good rhythm.
Yeah, she has, and that's all you have to do. I think in these situations where you do end up breaking away, we've seen it in multiple races over the years where you have a rider who is significantly better than the rest in the field and they end up breaking away with a big lead. It's about just focusing on the process of your race, then not getting distracted by dreaming about rainbow jerseys halfway through, which is
You could
difficult.
lull yourself into a false sense of security
can.
and back off the pace, couldn't you?
You can, and that's where mistakes start to occur. You start to, be casual going around corners, not taking, you know, the same line you've taken every single lap. So it's about just repeating that process like lap on lap. We talk about that a lot in sport, about the idea of, you know, repeating processes again and again. Athletes in, you know, in all sports, cycling in particular, repetition is part of their daily routine, and repetition again and again and again makes sure that you're practicing, you know, your sport in exactly the right way and exactly the right time every day.
Well, this is a change here. But what we've got here is Conigliani and Wilcox, who had indeed made the catch to the riders in the rider, should I say, in the men's H2. We saw them go past. And on the climb, it looked as though they were going to go past and go clear. But actually, they haven't. The H2 rider, motivated to continue to push by the sight and joining of the H1 leaders.
Yeah, that's right. It can have the effect of one or two things when you do get caught by, you know, any riders kind of on the course. It can make you. There's either no way back, or it does kind of motivate you to go even faster. And you can just see that now. Just thinking, trying to get I think it's the Polish rider, isn't it, in the men's H2 class? Well,
and also, whilst you just check that, Bobby.
Komorowski from Poland.
Yeah, and the support teams by the side of the road, whiteboards and pens giving people time checks.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's an old-fashioned way would be the whiteboard and chalkboard and chalk, but certainly with
chalkboard and chalk.
Yep. But certainly with the whiteboards, it gives riders the time checks they're after. There's no radio communication like there is in a time trial. So with the road races, it's important to make the point. There's no interaction with your team through a race radio. Everything has to be done through word of mouth from the side of the road, or as you've just seen with the whiteboard and the whiteboard markers, giving them time checks and where they are in the race. I love this particular section on the course where there's this little kind of chicane. Ooh, and Wilcox there just hit his rear left wheel quite hard on the exit of that corner. But yeah, it's great to see the handbikes flying around these technical parts of the course. Yeah, we can just see this kind of, it's almost like a to-in and fro-in between our leaders in the men's H1 category and our H2 rider here, Komorowski from Poland. And again, Conigliani has just taken the lead with Wilcox hanging on to our leader in the men's H1 category.
Yeah, the changes in road surfaces and causing some challenges, and
they'll certainly be enjoying this section here. That's very, very smooth tarmac at the moment. We just see Nicholas Peter de Vries from Republic of South Africa, who's our chase rider in the men's H1 category. He's chasing after Conigliani and Wilcox from the USA, and he's just going around this chicane I've just been talking about. In fact, he looked like he just had a slight mechanical there, an issue getting around that corner. And again, with the lower classes, the braking systems they have will be different to other bikes as well, because you can probably see their hands are actually kind of fixed or attached with some sort of cleat position to the pedals. So the braking system is obviously separate to that, enabling them to brake. And you can see different braking systems on these bikes, so that these riders can brake. So it's a slightly different braking system. So if you see riders like we just saw de Vries approach the corner in a slightly different way and braking a lot sooner than he perhaps would need to, that's purely down to his adaptation and his braking ability on his machine. And we're back to our rather familiar H2 trio at the moment, and probably the biggest surprise is the Garot Munoz is actually at the back of this trio, probably for the first time in the race, with Giovanni out in front and Luca Mazzone in second place in this group. And this is the faster point on the course. So you can see Garot Munoz, who's actually in third at the moment, and he's just kind of waiting and kind of biding his time at the moment, waiting for that next opportunity when the road starts to rise up again. And it'll be interesting to see if he does actually take that opportunity next, because we're approaching when they approach the finish line this time. It'll be 1 lap to go of the four laps, and obviously this trio are absolutely flying around this course.
Well, the men's H2, this is the chase, Rory Mead. So Rory Mead from New Zealand, part and parcel of the chase here in the men's H2 class. Oh, you can see the effort.
It's a great shot there, isn't it? The effort of these riders. And the position, you can see the real kind of horizontal position of these riders on these bikes, and the fact that how it's tricky to kind of for them to be in that position and actually look where they're going on these machines, as we just see a slight gap starting to appear between Conegliani and Wilcox. But yeah, Wilcox is back very quickly into the slipstream of Conegliani.
So Rory Mead at the last time through at the end of lap 2, 2 minutes 24 back.
Yeah, that gap has gone out. It was 1 minute 34 when they came through the start-finish line the last time we saw them.
The two riders behind, Wills and Hasdai, still together, but they are now 4:30 back at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, it is, and ultimately, like I've already said, you have to, as an athlete in this situation, you have to keep believing. You have to keep trying to keep that pace and trying to, you know, push on in the hope that something might happen ahead of you. And it's always a case of believing in these situations, just in case something might happen ahead.
Well, Conegliani and Wilcox still locked together. This is really interesting, isn't it, Barney? Because these two riders locked together in the H1, the three riders locked together in the H2. We are now over halfway distance in these two road races. So I say that this is the run into the end of lap 2 for the men's H1. They're coming in towards the city centre, and they'll come through and under the finish gantry, but it's not the finish this time. They have 2 more laps to go. I tell you, actually, at the end of lap 1, Patrick Jehoda from Czechia was just 56 seconds down on these leading two. It's going to be interesting to see the time gap at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, it is, and he's a perfect example for, you know, keeping on the pace and keeping trying in the hope that, you know, these two kind of slow up at some point or the pace changes, and you know, and then within the space of a few kilometres he's back in the race and back at the front of the race. We just see the power of Conegliani here over this kind of minor bit of pavé before we approach the finish line.
Yeah, this is the Polish rider Komorowski in the blue helmet on the back of the leading two in the men's H1 road race. It's absolutely, it's no problem at all him being there. They're in the same race, just different categories. He's currently lying in 10th place in that men's H2 race. So Wilcox and Conegliani, the two riders the rider from Italy and the rider from the United States of America, coming up with 500 metres to go to the end of lap number 2. It's a 4-lap race for the men in the H2 and H1 classes. It's a 3-lap race for the women in the H2 and H1 classes. All 4 classes out on the course at the moment here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. Locals really out enjoying what they're seeing this morning.
Yeah, they are, and it's an event that, cyclists in Belgium. We have the World Cup here in Ostend, so they're not unused to seeing paracycling here. But it's certainly, for a lot of people coming to view this for the first time, it's a real spectacle to see the hand cyclists here racing on a bright and early on a Saturday morning.
And the hand cycles are amazing pieces of engineering.
They are indeed, and it's fantastic to see the kind of development of the hand bike and how the technology's kind of significantly moved on probably over the last 10 years really.
With 2 more laps of racing going on.
So Conigliani and Wilcox go out onto their 3rd lap. Conigliani, for me, Barney, favouring the section through town. You always see him on the front of that duo coming across that line.
Yeah, you do indeed, and you can start to see, I think the further you get on in this race, I think you'll start to see the gaps kind of start to split between those 2 riders in the men's H1 race.
Well, this is the men's H2 race of Munoz, Joini and Mazzone, the riders from Spain, France and Italy. These 3 riders have been locked together. Now, we've often seen in the first 2 laps, we saw Munoz, the rider from Spain, driving the attacks off the front. On lap 3, all has changed, though, because Florian Joini from France has been the rider putting the attacks in.
Yeah, he has indeed, and you're starting to see a little bit of a gap now that is starting to appear between our French leader and the 2 chasers behind. Anyway.
So Joini from France driving in now towards the end of lap 3 of this men's H2 road race. They're going to come up underneath the Finnish gantry in town in a short while and go out on their final lap. And you can see another rider in the same class being lapped.
Yeah, you can indeed, and you can see the speed of
fabulous
these.
Shot here.
Yeah, the speed of these leading 3 riders, and you can see these are the kind of attacks now. The early attacks in the race were kind of almost an appetite for what would happen later in the race, but now we're starting to see attacks that it's Duani's attempt to try and win the race, and this is where the dynamics of the race have just changed.
Well, he's feeling strong, Barney, with another full lap to go. So where he is at the moment, he's still got around, well, 13 kilometres left of racing.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, just 13 kilometres to go, and it's definitely a. This is it. This is the moment in the race, and certainly this is where he's going to try and win the race, and it's just amazing time to attack and perfectly placed. But you can see the Spanish team at the side of the road there, encouraging Garat Munoz, and he's starting to get away from Luca Mazzone now.
Cadence lifted, didn't it?
It did. As soon as he went past his the head coach from the Spanish team there, he literally lifted his pace, and you could see his pedaling cadence is dramatically increased. Yeah. So he's obviously been told, no, this is it, go, go, go.
Yeah, because Munoz, the rider who we saw push the brakes in lap 1 and lap 2, now pushing to close the gap down to Florian Joini of France, the winner of the time trial earlier on in the competition. Well, convinced, I think, the Spanish team are that this is the move for the win. So closing the gap down now, what was a leading group of 3, and they've been on each other's wheels for the whole of the first 2 laps, coming in towards the end of lap number 3 with 500 metres to go until the finish line here, and going out onto that final lap. Joanie pushing on for France. Munoz closing the gap down, but Mazzone not out of this yet.
No, he isn't, and then again he's going to have to keep, just keep pushing on and hoping the pair in front of them just kind of ease off and the attack kind of dissipates almost. But yeah, certainly at the moment race is on, and yeah, it looks like it's certainly Joanie who's the main benefactor from this attack at the moment.
And that's it, isn't it? You do what you can do, but you can't control what other riders are doing. And sometimes you know, with a break. If a rider closes the gap down, they then start looking at each other, don't they? And playing a little bit of cat and mouse, which is to the benefit of the chasing rider.
Yeah, it is indeed. It makes a big difference, and ultimately Munoz in a moment is probably going to have to make the decision: do I keep chasing, or do I wait? Do I wait for Luca Mazzone from Italy, or do I? And this is the tricky part. Joanie's out in front, so all he needs to do is just keep going. But certainly behind is a bit more thought maybe of how Garot Munoz can actually improve his chances within this race.
Well, 9 seconds the gap at the end of lap 3 between Florian Joanie and Sergio Garot Munoz in that men's H2 class as they go out onto the final lap. This is the leading 2 in the men's H1 class, Wilcox and Conigliani. Conigliani now driving away and trying to break this group here. So the 2 riders had been out on course together. On this climb, Conigliani is looking like the stronger athlete.
Yeah, he is indeed, and you can see you can start to see a few gaps appearing in the last 2-3 kilometres between Conigliani and Wilcox, but you're now starting to see the form of the time trial, really come into the fore with Conigliani, extending his lead over Wilcox at the moment. And it's a great shot there. You can see the cadence difference between the 2 riders. Conigliani has really upped his cadence now, and Wilcox is just trying to kind of hold on and hope he can kind of claw his way back.
Well, the push on the climb from Conigliani seems to have done the damage to Wilcox in the men's H1 class. Barry Wilcox now distanced as Fabrizio Conigliani continues to push on. Now, these 2 have raced each other already this year in the World Cups, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. And that's what we've mentioned a few times now with the different competitors within all these classes. But yeah, you've already seen Wilcox. Wilcox has actually, he's won everything so far in the Road World Cups. So he would be going into it thinking, no, I'm in great shape. I've won all the World Cups. But yeah, he's not been able to kind of hold on to our flying Italian up front.
Well, he's still in sight, not out of mind and out of sight yet. He's still in sight, and it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 go over the next few laps in this race until we get into the final lap today in the men's H1 road race. So this is the women's H2 road race, and this is the leading rider here, Roberta Amadeo. She's now going out onto her final lap, 3 laps, so the end of lap 2 for Roberta Amadeo in the women's H2 class. She goes out onto her final lap here, 11.6 kilometres separating Roberta Amadeo and the win in the road race. She needs to hold this consistent and steady pace that she has been doing. So Amadeo going through clear at the end of lap 2. Pachirafa Season, the rider from Thailand, was in second. Gilmara Goncalves from Brazil was in third at last checkpoint.
Can we just see Joani here, the leader in the men's H2 class, and obviously that gap has started to extend now between him and his chasing counterparts. And also a great chance to see my favourite coloured chainring from the time trials as well.
Ah, yes. You had chainring envy, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
There you go. Yet again. Pick your colour.
Do actually have a set of those at home.
Well, I was about to say, I don't know whether our viewers can hear that, but the actual... I do love listening to these machines. It's just amazing.
It is fantastic, and you start to see. And for any of the viewers wondering, you know, how are the competitors changing gears? So generally, the gear changes are on the hand position where you'll see Grup Munoz there, and some opt for a traditional system that's wired, and others opt for, as we've just seen on our screen, a wireless system that enables the riders to change gear. And if you can obviously see where the brake cable is kind of going up and down. It's the biggest area of maintenance on a hand bike, because the hose is constantly moving all the time. So it means that does need replacing quite frequently, because it's not, you know, the amount of movement that cable or hose has is quite significant. So yeah, that's why it's ideal for the gearing systems, that we can also see on Conegliani's bike here to be wireless, but certainly coming into the braking systems, that's where it differs to each bike.
Well, Fabrizio Conegliani in the men's H1 road race, and I was just watching the cornering there. Some of these corners and turns are so tight out on this course. They really are very, very technical. But Conegliani, they're leading now. The duo that was Conegliani and Wilcox in the men's H1 road race, now separated by this attack. And Fabrizio Conegliani now pushing away. There you go. That gives you an indication of the distance now between Barry Wilcox and Fabrizio Conegliani from Italy. That attack, absolutely decisive.
Yeah, it has indeed. The attack by Conegliani has certainly been pivotal in this race, and certainly Barry Wilcox now is just going to, you know, try and hang on as much as he can, and see, certainly on these open sections as well that are relatively straight, you can still see Conegliani up ahead, and that's his point of reference. That's his point of reference and his motivation as well to keep with this chase and keep Conegliani in sight. So fast and furious between all the races now, as we head back to Amadeo from the women's H2 class, who's kind of leading that at the moment. And yeah, doing a great job here, consistent pace throughout her race and extending her lead as well.
Yeah, she's out onto the final lap of 3 now. Roberta Amadeo from Italy. Season from Thailand and Goncalves from Brazil, the other 2 riders in that race at the moment. It is Season in second and Goncalves in third in that women's H2 class. Well, Amadeo catching and going past, and she's now lapping the rider in the H1 category, and that's actually the leader, Bo Huijsen.
Yeah, it is, and you can see the you know, the speed of our leader in the H2 category in Amadeo. But yeah, obviously those 2 races started together, so in theory they should finish on the same lap.
Yes. So yet more of the beautiful surroundings here in Ronse, Belgium, and you can see the parkland, you can see the castle. There's some real gems.
There is indeed. Yeah, as we're seeing in front of us now, some yeah, wonderful architecture here in Belgium.
I know I walked, we're staying in Oudenaarde, just a little bit further up the road, and last night I came out of the hotel and took a walk along the river, and The buildings, just spectacular. A real mix of new and old, and some of the old buildings as you walk into town. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is indeed. That's been my running route for the last few days as well. So it's been great to get out and explore and see where we're staying too.
Well, Manuela Borgesen from Spain is the rider pushing on here in the women's H1 road race. She's leading. She was dominant in the time trial earlier on in the competition, and it's looking like she's going to be dominant in the road race as well.
Yeah, it is. You can see this metronomic pace and cadence we've already seen from her in the time trial, and we're seeing this again in the road race where she's, you know, showing her strength and her power throughout this race, and nothing to suggest that she's slowing down at all.
No, well, she is out on to lap 2 of her race, whereas Florent Jouani is on lap 4 of his. The French athlete pushing on towards the end of lap 3 and breaking that 3-rider group of Munoz, Jouani and Mazzone. Last time we saw Sergio Munoz, he was really chasing hard, but it's looking like Florent Jouani really, well, going clear and racing strongly.
Yeah, he is, and clearly kind of biding his time in that group of 3. You know, we were perhaps guessing of his tactics, you know, what he was, you know, kind of trying to achieve, but certainly, you know, a great race by him tactically as well as being so much stronger than the other riders as well.
Lap 1 and lap 2. He never left second wheel.
No.
He was the rider who closed the gaps down every time Munoz attacked.
Yep.
But he never went past.
No, he didn't, and that's part of road racing. You have to go in with a strategy, and all these riders know each other as well, so they know what tactics have worked in the past and what tactics are likely to work on this course as well. Obviously, every course is different, so you can't apply exactly the same tactics all the time. But certainly for Gerat Munoz, when the road goes up, it certainly favours him. But certainly the out-and-out pure speed, we're looking at Jouani being a lot faster.
His cadence, Barney, is so high.
Yeah, it is, and you can see that as a great example there, how fast his cadence is, and yeah, and ultimately I'm sure at the end of this race, if the positions stay the same, he's tried absolutely everything he could to win this race, and I think sometimes you just have to say no, I was, you know, beaten by the better rider. Having said that,
Jouani's still in sight at the moment and on the climb.
Yeah, he is indeed, and that's a huge motivating factor for our chase behind and Gerat Munoz. You know, has he got one last big push to try and get back to our leader up in front? And having thought that the race was out of sight, I don't think it is anymore.
No, I think last time we were there, we were through one of the chicane sections, and I think that gave us a full sense of the distance between these two riders. I also think, you know, the effort and work being done here by Munoz to close his gap down, he doesn't think this race is over. No,
not at all. It's as I kind of mentioned a moment ago, once you've got these longer roads and you've got this sight line between you and the rider you're chasing, it's a huge motivator. So for him to be able to kind of see, you know, his chase ahead, who he's trying to get to, it makes a big difference.
And there are some very long, straight sections out on the far side of this course, as we watch a little bit of the road furniture and technical sections on the course with Conigliani, the rider leading that men's H1 race. So just to give you a heads up, the difference between Jouani and Munoz in that men's H2 at the line going out on the final lap was 9 seconds. Here in the men's H1, well, they went through the line pretty much together, Conigliani and Wilcox. But now, well, Conigliani really driving on.
Yeah, he is. A significant difference here, and we can see as you already mentioned, the cadence difference between Jouani and the chasing Gerat Munoz from Spain, and you can see that you know, the real difference in cadence with it's a lot, and we saw this in the time trial as well with Jouani at a lower cadence, but obviously producing significant amount of power. From what I can remember from his head unit, we had a few shots of too. And also, when the riders are on a course like this, they've got the constant reminders of these points of reference. So this right turn here, where he joins back onto the course where they go both ways, he knows he's getting really close to the end of this race now, and to the end of the to the end of the race, but also entering the town again. And that's another motivator for him as well. So you're looking at each rider has got a different point of reference and a different motivation. So for Giovanni at the minute, he knows he's getting closer and closer to the town on this final lap.
Yeah, he is indeed now on the run back into the centre of town. He knows this is the latter stages of the road race, and well, so does this man. An interesting, nicely done.
That was a great shimmy there,
I
think, between the two
brilliant.
riders.
Well,
I'm going to say that lap. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to say that gap is closing between the two of them.
Yeah.
That's. We'll put a clock on it and see if we can, but I don't think that's 9 seconds anymore.
No, I don't think it is. And I think Munoz really now in the latter stages of this race continuing to drive and really feeling that whilst Giovanni won the time trial and Munoz finished in second place, he really wants to shift that result this time in the road race. So Munoz continuing to drive. They're on the same section, of course, now coming back into town. It is the section where you've got the out and back. You can see it. And as the camera pans up, look at that. It's difficult because it is a slight rise. But I think I'm with you, Barney. I think that gap is coming down.
Yeah, it is indeed. We're going to be treated to an amazing fight. Is this actually...
No, I think that is a rider in the MH1 class.
I think that is Conegliani, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can wind back our excitement just for momentarily.
And Munoz is going to want to get round Conegliani very quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, he is indeed, because although we thought the gap was closing, it's probably a little bit more than we were expecting now. But certainly, it's for Gerard Munoz, he has to keep pushing, he has to keep trying. As we saw, in the time trials, even there are a lot of instances where there are mechanicals and issues, and you have to keep pushing on just in case. We saw that with the women's C3 class, where Brown had that unfortunate incident, which then meant that the Australian rider Petricola ended up winning unexpectedly. So you always have to kind of keep on as we approach the last kilometre now for Giovanni from France.
Yeah, you're right. That was a 27-second gap for Brown before that rear wheel puncture. After the final time check on the run into the finish, anything can happen. This is the World Championships. It's a one-day race. It's the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. As we're in with the men's H1 race, Fabrizio Conegliani is leading at the moment in this race. He has been caught by the men's H2 category. They started at the same time, but the flying pace of Florent Giovanni and Sergio Munoz absolutely driving continually through the race. The battle between those two riders for the time trial gold medal and the road race gold medal evident here in Ronse in Belgium. Those two riders, well, Florent Giovanni coming through to the line. In the women's H2 category, Roberta Amodeo has ridden away from all of her competitors. She's done an absolutely phenomenal job here out in the road race in Ronse in Belgium. She won that individual time trial earlier on in the week in her category. In the women's H1 category, Manuela Borjesen from Spain, she too dominant in the individual time trial and dominant in the road race here today, as we see the rider from France come in towards the finish line. He has 250 metres to go. This is Florent Giovanni from France. He won the individual time trial earlier on this competition. He swings on to the final straight here in the men's road race. Florent Giovanni from France, your world champion in the men's road race, H2 for for 2025 at the UCI Paracycling Road World Championships. Fabulous racing, Barney, and now you can see the time gap back to Munoz.
Yeah, what a fantastic race there, and perfect execution of a race there by Giovanni.
Well, Sergio Munoz has done everything he can to close down that gap to Joanie, but he's going to take the silver medal here today in the men's road race in the H2 class. Great battle between those two riders out there today, Barney.
Yeah, it was. We were treated to a real battle, and certainly from the start of the race, you know, we thought we were going to get a repeat of the World Championships from last year, when Guerrero Munoz went straight on the attack and actually built up a reasonable lead to start with. But the other riders just managed to reel him back in, and then yeah, we were treated to a race between the three of them before Giovanni made that final move and got away.
Well, this is the leader in the men's H1 road race, Fabrizio Conigliani from Italy. He too is running in towards the finish line now. He's going to take the gold medal in the men's H1 road race. Conigliani broke away from Wilcox. Fabulous racing from him. The new world champion from Italy for 2025. Celebrations all round, and these two just racing each other consistently in the World Cups and the World Championships. They know each other really well, but they obviously really enjoy racing each other.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of respect between the competitors, and you can see that now. Once the serious side of the racing is finished, they can, you know, relax and obviously congratulate each other as they have done, and that's the respect you have in cycling and in sport as well. You know, your competitors are your competitors, but yeah, certainly they're yeah, it's nice to kind of race and have this friendship too.
Well, this is Luca Mazzoni coming down. He was part and parcel of that three-rider breakaway. He will take away the bronze medal today here in the men's H2 road race, as we see the rider in the men's H1 road race coming over the line behind. So Roberta Amadeo, the women's H2 road race, out on the course at the moment. Again, dominant riding, Barney, here.
Yeah, that's right. And it's never looked in doubt, this this lead she's had in the women's H2 race. Never looked in doubt from the start of the race when she attacked and got that gap. And then for her, it's just been about you know, keeping the pace, keeping consistent, concentrating on her race, on the process of the race, and making sure that, you know, she keeps focused, because it's she's been on her own for almost the entire race.
She has.
So it's a real kind of test of focus throughout that entire time.
But we've seen that tactic in the road race, haven't we? Where we've got a very strong time trialer as part and parcel of the road race, and the tactic literally has been to time trial the road race course, because that is the strength.
Yeah, it is indeed, and she will have already ridden this. It's the same course as the time trial as well for this race this morning. So it's already kind of a tried and practiced you know, method of execution for the race. So yeah, a great ride by her as we just come into the finish for Conigliani here.
Ciao, Babbo.
Another really pleased rider, that gold medal and World Championship title. We're watching Depriest come through. He's going to take third place in that men's H1 class. Barry Wilcox from the USA taking the silver.
Buona, buona. No, perché lo stavamo portando a spasso, ho detto no.
So yeah, Barry Wilcox 1 minute and 8 seconds back on Fabrizio Conigliani. Conigliani takes the gold, Wilcox takes the silver. And then Dupreece from the Republic of South Africa will take the bronze medal.
Ciao ciao mamma!
Bravo ragazzi, bravi ragazzi.
Well, you see the hard work during the race, you see the celebrations after, and at the moment out on the course, Roberta Amadeo from Italy on the descent now, and very, very shortly she'll be taking the turn on the run into town.
Yeah, she will be indeed, and yeah, it's that, and it's a nice moment, I think, when you do have a lead like she does, knowing that you're passing these kind of landmarks on the race for the final time. This is the final time you'll be at the racing on the World Championships, and hopefully, everything being well, head into that coveted rainbow jersey and gold medal.
So Amadeo setting the fastest time, and at the moment in the lead in the women's road race here in the H2 class. She took the time trial earlier on in the week from Season from Thailand, who took second place there. Goncalves of Brazil took third. At the moment, the road race going a very similar way in the women's H2 class. In the women's H1 class, it is Manuela van den Boegiesen from Spain who is leading at the moment out on the course.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we're almost seeing a mirror of the women's H2 race and the women's H1 race, where the this metronomic pacing of these riders who are out in the lead at the moment.
I'm just sitting for a moment, Barney, and just appreciating the handbikes.
Yeah, and again, like talking about the different adaptations, the different configurations on these handbikes as well, depending on the adaptation needs of the individual rider. So I think although the basis of the frame and the kind of leg and foot position is very, very similar, and obviously the safety bar that you see very well on the back of the bike there too, the configuration then changes for each rider. So cranks are, look reasonably similar. The gearing changes depending on the rider. Obviously wheel choices change as well. But yeah, in terms of the adaptations for how the hands are connected to the bike, you'll see like a clip-in system with Boegiesen here, and how her hands are connected to the pedals, and those are the kind of main differences when you talk about different adaptations between riders, and particularly between different sports classes as well. With H1 being the most impaired of the hand cycling classes.
Well, H2 at the moment is Roberta Amadeo, and she is now on that section of the course on the direct run back into town. She's continued to drive. It's a nasty little section, actually. She's very happy, but it is a nasty little section, I was about to say, because it is an uphill section on the run into town. It is a slight downhill finish here in the centre of Ronse, but on the run back to town on this section of road, it is a fairly substantial drag up.
Yeah, it is, and it makes it reacts differently to all the different bikes we're seeing on these courses. As we just see Mead come in here for the MC2 race. Yep,
the men's H2 race. Rory Mead coming in and over the line. I think he will take 4th place today in that World Championship road race. Well, take a look at this, Amadeo now. She's had a storming run back into town, and you can see now she'll know she is close towards the finish here in the road race.
Met de tweede plaats goed voor zilver, de Spanjaard Sergio Gavotti Munoz.
So we're just seeing the shots of Florian Joigny in the men's H2 class coming in and over the line, taking that World Championship title. We're going to hear from him now.
Florian Joigny, félicitations. Après lors du contre-la-montre, vous êtes aujourd'hui double champion du monde. Pouvez-vous décrire ce sentiment?
C'est vraiment super parce que c'était l'objectif. Le premier avait été rempli avec le contre-la-montre et là je voulais pas trop fêter non plus ça pour rester concentré sur la course en ligne. Le départ ça a été très difficile parce que Sergio Garotté est parti vraiment vite. Les deux premiers tours j'étais un peu dans le dur et puis finalement j'ai réussi à me détacher sur la fin de course. Donc c'est vraiment une belle joie et puis une belle récompense pour tout le travail fourni.
Tu restais calme et patient. Pendant toute la course en économisant tes forces et tu as choisi ton moment pour partir seul.
Ouais, c'est ça, j'ai essayé de voir un petit peu où c'est que j'étais le mieux, peut-être où est-ce qu'il pouvait y avoir une opportunité sur le parcours. J'ai essayé quand même plusieurs fois avant et je voyais que ça répondait, que les gars étaient forts. Donc je me suis dit ça va peut-être être difficile de partir et finalement à un moment ça l'a fait, j'ai vu que ça craquait derrière, j'ai insisté. Puis après, j'ai maintenu jusqu'à l'arrivée.
Qu'est-ce que ce titre de champion du monde signifie pour vous?
C'est l'accomplissement de beaucoup de travail. Et puis j'en profite pour remercier tous ceux qui me soutiennent, mes partenaires, ceux qui m'aident au quotidien, mes parents, enfin tout le monde qui est là pour m'aider et contribuer à cette victoire. Et aujourd'hui, on a gagné ensemble.
Merci beaucoup. Félicitations.
Merci.
Well, great to hear from Florian Joigny, the new world champion in the men's H2 road race. We're watching the women's H2 road race leader at the moment. This is Amadeo driving towards the finish line in that category. As we watch some of the other riders in the men's H2 come over the line. Well, this is Akima Bagadova from Uzbekistan. She is going to take the silver medal in the women's H1 category. So she finishes the race with that silver medal. Manuela Borjison, the rider from Spain, in the lead in that women's H1 class out on course. There she is. That is the rider leading the women's H1 road race. Vanden Borjison from Spain leading the women's H1 road race at the moment, out on the far side of the course, continuing to work, continuing to push towards that finish line. It's been an individual time trial for her today, but that is her strength. That will have been the tactical decision from her and the Spanish team coming into this race. Now, in the women's H2 road race, here comes Roberta Amadeo from Italy. She's been dominant from the start. She won the individual time trial earlier on in the Paracycling Road World Championships. She's going to take the gold medal today. Your new road world champion for 2025, Roberta Amadeo in the women's H2 class. Fabulous racing from her. double here in Ronse, Belgium, in the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. Well, come in with a plan, execute a plan, go away with a World Championship title. That's exactly what Amadeo has done in that women's H2 class. He's taking the applause of the crowd all the way through and down the line.
Ami Pasdai, first of all, Ami Pasdai, who has made his finish. Benjamin Früh will be there.
So Amadeo down with the team sports staff, hydrating, refueling. The World Championships are over and she's walking away with 2 world titles. She is the UCI World Champion in the women's H2 road race. She is also the women's World Champion in the H2 individual time trial. She has done the double.
What a fantastic result for her, and yeah, it's an incredible display of power and speed in that race, and exactly like her time trial too.
Got the riders coming across the line, thick and fast now.
Manuel Scheichel was the guy who made his finish for Germany.
Com'è andata?
Bene.
Testa?
No, testa a posto, stamattina ho preso però una Novalgina perché sono stata ancora col mal di testa. Sempre qua.
So we are going to hear from the winner of the men's H1 road race next. That is indeed Fabrizio Conegliani. There we go. We're going to take a little look of the replay of him winning that World Championship title. Let's hear from him now.
Fabrizio Conegliani, many congratulations. You're a first-time world champion on the road. How does it feel?
Del mondo. È la prima volta che sei campione del mondo?
No, non è la prima volta, però è sempre un'emozione grandissima. Cioè, gli avversari nei miei confronti sono molto più giovani. Per me è sempre una sfida nuova, poi quest'anno è stato particolarmente difficile l'avvicinamento, l'allenamento. È stato grazie al CT che mi ha lasciato spazio di manovra che ancora una volta siamo riusciti ad essere qui vincenti.
You were really in control the whole race with Wilcox always in your wheel. You weren't making a problem of him not pulling?
Ero in
Sei sempre stato a controllare la gara, hai avuto qualche problema?
No, non ho mai avuto problemi. Aspettavo ancora un giro, invece Joanie ci ha raggiunti, allora ho dovuto aprire il gas e andare. La stavo gestendo. Senza Max è più facile la gara in linea.
You chose to choose your moment in the downhill. Is it a more technical part? Is it in your advantage?
Sono stati dei momenti di difficoltà dove hai trovato...
No, il percorso era molto adatto alle mie caratteristiche. I percorsi guidati cittadini fanno per me, mi danno la possibilità di esprimere la mia capacità di guida.
Fabrizio Conegliani, congratulazioni, tu sei il nuovo campione del mondo. Puoi descrivere questa sensazione?
Sì. Vincerla la prima volta è facile, riconfermarla è la cosa più difficile che c'è in assoluto.
Many congratulations, thank you, grazie mille.
Fabulous to hear from Fabrizio Conegliani, the new world champion in the men's road race in that H1 class. Barry Wilcox kept him company for some time out on the course and eventually came through to take second place. But, well, what a ride.
Yeah, fantastic ride by Conigliani, and yeah, you could just see in his interview he wasn't that bothered by the fact that Wilcox wasn't coming through. I think sometimes in races you see a rider, you know, sitting in second and not quite, you know, contributing to the pace in front, but he knew he was the stronger rider and more able to, you know, contribute to that fast pace in the race.
So just to confirm, the men's H1 results. It was indeed Fabrizio Conigliani with the gold medal, Barry Wilcox taking the silver, and Patrick Yehoda taking the bronze. Well, the leading rider in the women's H1 category, Manuela van den Borhissen from Spain, now on the run back into town. This is there are some rolling sections with some long dragging climbs, and Borhissen on one of these at the moment. When she gets to the top of the rise, then the run into town becomes much more straightforward.
Yeah, it does indeed, and these are the little rises, particularly with the lower classes, that are the real challenge. And you could see with Borhissen there going around the corner, often steering and pedalling for the lower classes is quite tricky at points. So coming off that corner and then the right turn is quite tricky.
So this is one of the fabulous places in the middle of town, in the middle of Ronse in Belgium, a fully moated. We walk past this every morning from the car park, Barney.
Yep.
It's stunning.
Yeah, and I think we both fancy a moat around our respective houses now, don't we, after seeing this every morning? But yeah, wonderful piece of little archway you go through in there, and this is where the mix zone is for the riders as well. So when the riders finish their race, they go through that archway you can just about see, and then in for interviews and post-race debrief.
Yes, absolutely stunning here in the centre of Ronse. And it was indeed where we saw the start of the individual time trial. Right on the corner there, and up and round that hedged area was indeed the start of the individual time trial earlier on. And beautiful squares, parks, gardens and buildings making up Ronse in Belgium. Well, the shots here, absolutely fantastic. The helicopter is flying. It bodes well for the road racing over the next 2 days. We have had the men's H1 and the men's H2 classes. We've had the women's H2 class also finish. So 3 road races, 3 new world champions for 2025 in the road race. The women's H1 road race is still out on course at the moment. Let's just take a look at some of the results of the earlier finishing races. So Florian Joanny from France in the men's H2 road race took the win and the gold medal. Sergio Garot Munoz from Spain, well, he chased and he chased hard and he worked hard those first half a race to try and make the break, but he didn't succeed. Luca Mazzoni from Italy coming through for 3rd place. Rory Mead in 4th. Well, we've already heard from Florian Joanny from France, the new world champion. Well, in the WH2 category out on course at the moment, it's looking like we are going to be able to see the finish of our silver medalist. This is indeed Phacharafa Season from Thailand as she comes down that finish line and drives towards the line for that silver medal. She's going to take second place in the road race in the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. Season from Thailand.
Good. Good.
Excellent work from Season there. The rider from Thailand to take that silver medal in the women's H2 road race.
Yeah, indeed, and I think you often see a lot of excitement around pit areas at the end, but I think someone calm is always good to see at the end of these races, as her team helper was then.
Well, this is the lead in the women's H1 road race. Too many different races. It's going to get. Please stay with us because Barney and I are going to desperately try when we've got multiple race classes out on course to keep you informed and on track. But in the women's H1 road race, Manuela Bohuisen from Spain now seeing the sights of town. She's coming into the heart of Ronse in Belgium, where the finish line awaits in this women's H1 road race. She has pretty much led from the start, Barney. It's a road race, but it has pretty much been an individual time trial, and she has just kept moving away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, she has indeed. That style that she has and the constant power she has has been really impressive, and she's now looking to kind of double up in the time trial and road race and become double world champion.
Well, she comes round the roundabout and you can see the handling of the hand bike through some of the more technical features on the course. And I do remember, you know, back on Thursday, feels like that was some time ago, some of the interviews from our hand bike time trial winners, it really was the technicality of the course they were talking about.
Yeah, it was. So that was a kind of key feature to it. There are some technical elements, and there always will be coming back into a town centre environment when we've been out into fairly quickly into the countryside as well. But yeah, certainly coming back into the town, you're going to have different types of road surfaces, different road furniture, almost kind of little speed bumps here and there. And obviously in a moment when she gets into the final kilometre, there's just a few areas of little bits of mild pavé, I think is probably the best way to put it.
Well, some of those sections coming up on the final run in towards the finish line here in the heart of town.
And this is that final climb you spoke about in the last kilometre, where she's kind of just applying that power, and you could just see the crest of this rise ahead. And she'll be looking to that crest of the rise and keep applying the power as much as she possibly can, and until she's into that downhill run into the finish.
And this is the final climb, and you can see the change in the road surface very clearly there, and you can see the challenge it does for the handbike as well.
Yeah, you can indeed, and it's. I think there's no give on these hand bikes at all. So every vibration you feel through the seated area on the bike.
Well, let's just take a look at the men's H1 road race results. We saw Fabrizio Conigliani from Italy take the World Championship title here in Ronse, Belgium. Barry Wilcox, who stayed with Conigliani until that final lap, rewarded with that silver medal. He put in a great race. And De Vries from the Republic of South Africa took the bronze. She won the individual time trial on Thursday. She has won the WH2 road race on Saturday. She comes over the line. You can see what it means to her. Double World Championship title here for 2025 for Roberta Amadeo. And we are going to hear from her now.
Roberta Amadeo, congratulazioni, tu sei il nuovo campione del mondo. Puoi descrivere questa sensazione?
Una sensazione bellissima che voglio dedicare a tutte le persone che mi vogliono bene, che mi hanno aiutato, e questo è insomma il coronamento di tanti sacrifici che ho fatto, perché il mio problema si chiama sclerosi multipla, non è facile perché la stanchezza è forte, però sono più forte io. La volata più importante sarà quella contro la sclerosi multipla, però ecco, questo è un modo per cercare di contrastarla al meglio. Quindi questo è una soddisfazione grande che dedico anche a tutte le persone con sclerosi multipla d'Italia e del mondo. Volevo fare le congratulazioni anche agli organizzatori, perché è veramente molto ben organizzato, bello, tutto a posto, perfetto.
You rode a really long time on your own. Was it hard to keep focused?
Sorry, I don't...
It's okay. Many congratulations, congratulazioni, and enjoy the world title. Okay, thank you. No, it's no problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Well, she is indeed going to enjoy that world title. She's going to enjoy both of them, Barney.
Yeah, she will do, and she'll go away from these World Championships with 2 rainbow jerseys and 2 gold medals, and that is some achievement in an athlete's career.
Well, it really is. 2 world titles in 2 days. Well, just 48 hours, stretching it. But it is an absolutely fantastic achievement, and Amadeo from Italy will be very proud of that and exceptionally happy. Well, it is road race day 1 at the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. You're getting some great helicopter shots at the moment of the terrain. It's rolling around here, Barney, and the road race courses are indeed just that, rolling.
Yeah, they will be, and it's going to be really good to see this this climb where you go out of town and then into this main climb, which is going to cause some splits on the course, and yeah, some great exciting racing too.
Well, this is our final road race out on course for the first session of today here in Ronse. This is the women's H1 leader. Manuela Vos van den Boehiesen from Spain. She's coming through into the final sections now. She'll be coming up to the 300-metre to go banner very shortly. She's got a small right-hand turn and then a little chicane before she makes the left-hand turn onto the finish straight. When she makes that turn onto the finish straight, she's around 110 metres from the finish gantry here in the heart of Ronse, and very shortly she will be over that line. She's going to take the gold medal today. She's going to take first place in the women's H1 road race.
Yeah, fantastic performance by her, and this is the best part about being an athlete in this situation, where you're approaching the finish line. You know that there's one more left turn before you're heading towards your to becoming double world champion here in Belgium.
Yeah, yet again. No, we saw that with Amadeo in the women's H2 class. She took the time trial and the World Championships. Manuela Vos van den Boehiesen from Spain is going to take the gold medal and the World Championship title for 2025 in the H1 road race. Your world champion for 2025, Manuela Boehiesen from Spain in the women's H1 class. Great pacing, Barney, great riding, well, she's going to be so pleased. Double world champion for 2025.
Yeah, she is indeed. And you can see the smile on her face as she went past our camera there. And she'll head now down into the team area in the mixed zone, where she'll be revealing her thoughts and how pleased she are about how pleased she is with this World Championship result.
Bohuisen crossing the line and winning her second gold medal and World Championship title of the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. Phenomenal achievements. She took second place in the road race last year in Zurich. She's got a World Championship title this year. She's gone one better.
Yeah, she has indeed, and that it never looked in doubt from the start, did it? And she's, yeah, can take the applause now. I can see her team support running alongside her, and they'll be, yeah, no doubt helping her with a bit of a drink and move.
The smile hasn't left her face.
I know it hasn't. Yeah, I've just spotted that. It's absolutely fantastic.
And quite rightly too. Manuela Vos van der Bohuisen, the UCI World Champion for 2025 in the women's H1 class.
No, I'm perfectly fine. More than fine.
So if you're wondering what happens to riders after they finish a race, but once they've had the excitement with their teams and, you know, and celebrating, no doubt, they then go through the mix zone as Bohuisen is about to do now. So talking to all different types of media and revealing, you know, their thoughts from the race.
Well, let's just get that confirmation. The women's H1 road race, Manuela Bohuisen from Spain taking the win, and it was indeed Pokitsa Akamabekova from Uzbekistan who took the silver medal. So we're going to hear from the second place rider in the MH2 class. We saw Garot Munoz come over the line for that silver medal. We're going to hear from him now.
Sergio Garrote Munoz, congratulations on your silver medal. What is your feeling after the race?
Very good race. It's very fast. Very good race, but muy rápido, una carrera muy bonita. Dos rivales muy fuertes. Florian very strong, Luca very strong. In the first time of the race is break and go third, one, two, and third position. Congratulations for Florian, it's a very good race, and congratulations for me. Yes, yes. Es el momento. It's the best moment for thanks to me for my job.
You went really fast, like a rocket from the beginning. Did you lose your strength a bit by attacking too early in the race?
Attacking because if you go to very fast, in the 1 second, third position, in case of accident, you have any time for go to the roads, for bikes, okay?
Sergio Garrote Munoz, enhorabuena por su medalla de plata. ¿Qué se siente después de la carrera?
Se siente muy bien. Me siento agradecido al trabajo. Le doy las gracias a mi familia por trabajar tanto conmigo, a mi esposa, a mi hija, a mis padres, a mis hermanos. Y, cómo no, estoy agradecido a mí, como dice Snoop Dogg, gracias a mí por mi trabajo, por mi tiempo, por nunca darme por vencido, por querer siempre el mejor. Y aunque hoy soy segunda posición, buen trabajo, very good job. Thank you very much to you, Zay, and Ronse. Very good people, very good city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many congratulations. Enjoy. You did a great job. Thank you.
An athlete, Barney, that loves his racing, loves his competitors, and loves the level of competition.
Yeah, he does, and you could just see him talk about his race strategy as well.
Yeah.
So we talked about the fact he was getting ahead, and he's very aware of the potential mechanicals with the bike as well. So he was just getting ahead to make sure he didn't have any kind of mechanicals or issues within the race too.
Well, just taking a look at the finish here of Guilmara Soldorosio Goncalves from Brazil. This is the bronze medal being won across the line in that women's H2 class. Oh, the rider from Brazil, big breath coming over the line. That drive to the line, taking that bronze medal.
Yeah, great ride, and this is the focus you have to have within the races if you are on your own for quite a long time. If the race does split quite early, so yeah, she did a great job with that.
Well, let's just take a little look at those results in that women's H2 road race. Roberta Amadeo from Italy took the win on the World Championship title for 2025. Patrafa Season from Thailand taking the silver medal, and Guilmara Soldorosio Goncalves from Brazil taking the bronze. Yeah, you can see her coming down to that mix zone area you were talking about, Barney. Great road racing, the first session here on Saturday from Ronse in Belgium. We've seen all sorts, haven't we? We've seen lots of different tactics employed, breakaway groups, attacks being pulled back in, solo drives off of the start to try and establish a good break and a solo lead. We've had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we have indeed, and it's been great to see the different dynamics within these races and how the races have kind of panned out, whether that's through a fast attack at the very start, or whether that's an attack that happens later on in the race as well.
Well, this is Luca Mazzoni in that men's H2 category. He was part and parcel of that three-athlete breakaway early on. They stayed together until that third lap where we saw Joanie go clear. We're going to hear from Luca Mazzoni now.
Luca Mazzoni, congratulations on your bronze medal. How does it feel to get a spot on the podium at the World Championship?
Cosa ha detto?
Come ti senti di aver acquistato questo bronzo?
Sono soddisfatto. A questa età, a 54 anni, salire sempre sul podio è motivo di soddisfazione. Mi dà un premio al lavoro svolto, che è tanto quello che faccio, anche se diciamo non ho conquistato una medaglia più alta del bronzo, però è grande soddisfazione per me, soprattutto per l'età che ho.
You chose the whole race to stay in the wheel of Giovanni, but the moment he attacked you were suffering a bit too much to follow?
Hai sofferto nell'inseguire Giovanni e gli avversari?
Sì, rispetto all'anno scorso alle Paralimpiadi sono un po' fuori forma per vari infortuni avuti nel corso dell'anno, quindi se avevo altri mesi di allenamento, di preparazione, magari li avrei tenuti fino alla fine, però va bene così, dai, loro sono molto più giovani di me, ci sta.
Luca Mazzoni, congratulazioni per la medaglia bronzo. Come si sente a salire sui podio di un campionato del mondo?
Grande soddisfazione. Io che ho 19 mondiali all'attivo, salire ancora sul podio, dimostrare che valgo, che sto ancora con i primi, no? Sono stato 2 o 3 giri con i primi, è motivo di orgoglio grandissimo per me, per la mia nazionale.
Grazie mille, felicitazioni.
Grazie a te, ciao.
So Luca Mazzoni taking that bronze medal in the men's H2 road race. We heard Munoz talking about the tactics there deployed, and those 3 riders, Joanie, Munoz and Mazzoni, they really were, well, battling each other. And Mazzoni, we saw him on the back of the group regularly, being awarded with the bronze medal at the end.
Yeah, indeed. It was a great, great ride by him. And
well, Manuela Boshuizen from Spain did the double. She took the World Championship title in the women's WH1 road race, having earlier taken the time trial title in that class as well. We're going to hear from her now.
Manuela Vos van den Bouwhuizen, what a performance. After the time trial on Thursday, you're now a double world champion. How does it feel?
Grateful, especially. This time, I don't know why, but I was like more emotional when I crossed the line. I don't know, because it was hard, you know, two rounds. So I had some problems with the turns, but I gave everything I had. So I'm really grateful as well to be here, to be able to be here. So yeah, especially that.
Yeah, it looked really hard out there on the hilly parkour. What was the most difficult part for you?
All the hills, and when they are really long, because I don't have triceps, so going up is really difficult. And the second round, I really noticed that I was getting tired in my arms. So yeah, you try to get into a rhythm. That helps, and I even sing sometimes, you know, a song to make this rhythm more real. And but I enjoyed it a lot as well. You know, it's like what I call like this sweet suffering. It's difficult to explain. I think every sportsman or woman knows what I mean. No, it's like suffering, but at the same time, it gives you such a thrill when you finally get there, and then when you cross the line first, well, even more. No? So yeah, it was special today.
You said you were more emotional at the finish line. Does this title mean the world to you?
No, my kids mean the world to me. But it does help. It does help, especially it's not very common for people with my disability that they can actually sport, because we have such a little muscle functions in our arms, and then you need a lot of help as well, getting into the bike, getting out of the bike, put your gloves on, and so it makes, well, like I said, I was emotional because I felt grateful to be here, grateful for all the people that helped me, and I don't want to cry, so.
Manuela Vos van den Bouwhuizen, enhorabuena, es tutto il nuovo campeón del mundo. ¿Puedo describir esa sensación?
Sí, gratitud, sobre todo, para poder estar aquí, que no es fácil para gente con mi discapacidad, because you need a lot of help from friends, from family, from even maybe to contract some people to help you in the bike, out the bike, put on the gloves, even wet you with water, because we don't sweat, not a drop. So you need, when you get hot, you need water or ice even over your head. And so yeah, when I crossed the line, it was, es que he cambiado de idioma. I twisted, I mean, I turned to the other language. Sí, lo que dije, que es especialmente agradecida para poder estar aquí.
Many, many congratulations. Enjoy this world title. I'm sure your children are very, very proud of you.
I hope so, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A very real interview.
Yeah, it was indeed. I think it grounded both of us in the commentary in box here, and it just kind of it just shows the importance of that home life support. I think for our athletes here and our riders, it means a huge amount to them. Rainbow jerseys are important, but so is family too, as she rightly pointed out.
Yeah, she did indeed, and what an achievement. 2 World Championship titles here in Ronse, Belgium. They mean something, but they don't mean everything. Point of perspective. So thank you for joining us for what has been a fabulous opening session here to the road races in Ronse, Belgium. We're going to take a small break, but don't go anywhere. We are going to be back very, very shortly for the commencement of session 2. The road races start at 11:30, and Barney and I will be back at 11:20 to bring you the run-in to all of the action. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. This is the, it is a sunny day. It's the first day of the road race. I say it's the sunny day because yesterday it rained. It really rained. Today it's sunny, light winds, light cloud. And this is the programme for today. We've seen the H2 and H1 men's road race. We've seen the H2 and H1 women's road race. Now, it is the trikes. The men's T2 and the men's T1 road race up next. Then 5 minutes later at 11:35, it is the women's T2 and T1 road race that will get underway. The helicopter is indeed with us this afternoon, so we're going to get some fabulous shots of our riders out on course around Ronse in Belgium. Let's just take a little look at the course that we will be using. Well, the course, the same course as we have used on the individual time trials earlier on Thursday and Friday, heading out of Ronse and out into the countryside, Barney. What sort of things are our riders going to need to be mindful of?
There's a few different considerations, and I think that obviously we've talked about road furniture. We're in a town area as well, so coming in and out of the road furniture, those different types of challenges, but also the gradient changes, the surface changes as well, going from tarmac to concrete, and certainly for the trikes in this this part of the racing day, the different cambers on the road as well.
So the men's T1 and T2, 3 laps of the course face them for the road race. The women's T1 and T2, 2 laps, so 23.3 kilometres for the women, 35 kilometres for the men, and the UCI commissaires panel overseeing the road racing here in Ronse. The race referees starting the race. Also keeping an eye that the rules are adhered to throughout. Well, Johan Museo is out watching the racing. I've had dinner with Johan Museo.
Yeah, he's won a few bike races in Belgium, hasn't he?
He has. He's a nice chap. I had a really lovely evening, actually last November at a sportif in France. But he really is still an absolute advocate for bike racing in Belgium and across Europe. So fabulous to see him down here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships.
Above the finish line, on the screens at the left side, the left upper side.
Well, the racers down waiting for the start. There are some nervous faces I can see out of the commentary box. Let's take a look at the start lists, Barney. The men's T2 road race you can see there on your screen. Last year it was Connors from Jaeger, from Steinbichler, and Massin took 4th place. It was a 4-up sprint in the men's T2 in Zurich. There's a few riders that have really come to form in the time trial as well for 2025. This could be a really, really competitive T2 road race.
Yeah, definitely, and we can see home favourite Tim Sullen being a real prime mover in that race too.
Well, in the T1 road race last year, it was Clement and Ferroni who came into the line together for the sprint in the men's T1. The start sheets today, well, it's going to be interesting to see how Park goes there. In the women's T2, their start sheets are up and running as well. The riders in the women's race, 5 minutes, they're starting behind the men's race. Van Soest dominant in the women's T1 time trial earlier on in the competition here in Ronse, Belgium. It's going to be interesting to see how she goes in the road race, but such a strong racer. So the men's T2 road race and T1 up first.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see both categories away in the same race here, so we'll be able to easily identify the different types of category within the race. With the men's T2 at the front, we can see with the red helmets, and the men's T1 with black helmets. So that's a key identifier with, and we can see the form guide already.
We can indeed. So Dennis Connors taking the win and the World Championship title in Zurich last year in the men's T2. In fact, he's defending champion coming into today. The last two road races, last two Worlds road races, he has won. He's going to have his eyes on the third time. But as you say, Tim Sullen, the rider from Belgium, great form in the time trial. The home advantage really there. As Dennis Connors, there is the defending champion. There's a number of riders in this race, Barney, who could go really well today.
Yeah, they could, and I think we're going to see a tactical, a fairly good tactical battle within the race, as well as. I think it's a fair point when we were hearing from the Spaniard Garot Munoz as well. Riders wanting to get ahead in this kind of the more technical sections in the town, just so they're kind of staying safe in these kind of moments to make sure that they don't have any kind of mechanical issues. Let's just look at the competitors here in the T1 road race at the back. And the red-hot favourite within this race has to be Giorgio Ferroni in this men's T1 road race.
Yeah, so defending champion Nathan Clement in the men's T1, not on the start line here in Belgium. So a new world champion will be crowned. Ferroni dominant in that individual time trial. Came to the line with Clement in Zurich last year and took away the silver medal, coming second in the sprint. He has to be a really strong favourite, though Park here on our screen took second place in that individual time trial. He could go really well. So Jung-Young Park from South Korea, one of the riders to watch in this men's T1 road race. Giorgio Ferroni will be one of the riders with his eye on him.
Yeah, he will be. They'll be paying fairly close attention to each other. And also the riders will be thinking back to that World Cup series about when, the results there and who were the danger riders. And we've, as well as the riders we've already talked about, there's also Felix Barrow, who was, fairly dominant in the World Cup series as well, second in the road race in Maniago. But certainly the out-and-out favourite based on the World Cup form is Tim Sullen, with first in Maniago and in Ostend here in Belgium.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, as to how that is going to go. The joy of the World Championships for me, Barney, is always that it is a race on one day. There's no series, there's no season, there's no, coming stronger towards the end of a set number of races. It is what happens today that decides the World Championship title. Yeah,
it is indeed. There's no second chance at this today. It's all in for this men's T2 and T1 trike race.
Well, with 1 minute to go, Barney, what is going through their heads?
I think this is a moment of relative calm before the chaos starts of the race, and I think for riders, although Dennis Connors is after more crowd support, and he's certainly getting it, but yeah, the rest of the riders are kind of just focusing on what they would have had tactical chats with their teams and unlikely plans and scenarios that will happen, and how they can kind of make sure they exert their tactics on the race.
So we're going to leave you for the countdown to watch the riders leave at the start here in the men's T2 and T1 road race here at the UCI 2025 Paris Cycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
and it is a fantastic sight seeing this trike peloton.
A trike peloton, yes, that's what it is. And Dennis Connors, the defending champion, leading the charge out of the start and really coming out with intention today. All issues and challenges a little bit further back down the field.
We'll hopefully see all those riders back up and running really soon. But you just see Connors there leaning right over, going around these corners here. And I think he's being followed by Steinbichler here around these first couple of corners. Oh, what an unfortunate tumble for Connors there. Just hit that speed bump, and yeah, unfortunately, just went over the handlebars there. And we'll bring you some news on that as soon as we have it.
Well, the men's T2 and T1 road race underway here at Ronse in Belgium. And the technicality of the course and handling of the trikes, what we're clearly seeing here. But the move is on. The front group seems to be forming, Barney.
Yeah, it does indeed, and very quickly we're seeing our key riders from the time trial, where we're seeing Steinbichler from Germany, we're seeing Salen, and we're seeing Felix Barrow join from behind as well. And also we're seeing the German rider in Max Jaeger too. And I think we could see Connors just unclip, which caused that unfortunate incident there. And it just shows you how tricky these trikes are to manoeuvre around these town centre areas. And we just see a group, like you already said, starting to form at the front of this race, where we've got 4 trikes in the lead now with stuff. We'll give you the number checks in a moment, but it looks like Steinbichler from Austria out in front, Felix Barrow in second, Max Jaeger in third, and Tim Sullen from Belgium in fourth.
Yeah, it does indeed. So it's looking like 4 riders starting to move clear in the men's T2 class. The men's T1 also underway. Just in at the moment with Kognovic, the rider from Latvia. Now, Barney, you talked about the trikes and the different ways they are put together.
Yeah, that's right. They're fundamentally 2 different types of trike. So the first trike being it's basically a road frame that's connected to a 2-wheel part of the machine behind, and then you have a trike that's completely bespoke. So it's made from the head tube to the rear. It's one complete frame. So you're generally seeing the first type of trike that I've already said is that road bike that's attached to a trike rig on the rear.
Well, the women's T1, T2 road race starting to line up. The commissaires who will be starting the race very, very shortly down with them as well. You can see them lining up, the women's T2 road race, and the women's T1 will be underway. The T2 road race, the white helmets and white numbers. The T1, the blue helmets and blue numbers. Now, Emma Lund from Denmark, who is the defending champion, not here in Ronse, Belgium, to defend that title. So we're going to have a new world champion in the women's T2. The question is, who is it going to be?
That's a very good question, and we can take some pointers from the time trial, where we saw Van Thiel doing extremely well. But yeah, road racing is different.
Yeah,
you're in a bunch. It's not the same dynamic as a time trial, and again, like we've already said, you can be sat on sat second or third wheel for a long time in a road race, and then attack or win a small group finish at the end.
Okay, so the women's race is going to have a neutral start for the first 200 metres before the road race is let go to get the riders out of the technical town area.
So what that, to explain for our viewers what that means is a neutral start. So the riders can't go beyond this is the car you see just in front of the finish line here. The riders can't go beyond that car. They have to go at a steady pace behind that car. And then as soon as the car pulls away, given to them by the commissaire in that vehicle.
So the start of the women's road race just being held slightly here in Ronse, Belgium. The commissaire's making the decision as to when the course is ready to be raced. Further down the road, though, it's looking like the rider from Colombia has joined the leading group.
Yeah, Betancourt from Colombia.
Well, what was a lead group of 4, now a lead group of 5 in that men's T2 category. Pushing on this climb here, so they are out of town now. It is rolling terrain, and you can see it's not a far gap back also to the 6th rider on the course, and I think slowly closing that gap down
is Massin from the Czech Republic, who's making a great job of this chase here. But as we've said that, we can. This is the chase further behind Massin from the Czech Republic, where the race really is in pieces from that really fast start early on, and Steinbichler is also pushing the pace on group from the lead group as well. So the race really is on now, and we're seeing frantic action from the very start.
Well, the fast-paced action from the start has split the race field in the men's T2 category. We've got a leading group of 5, but with them we've got small groups of riders all over the road at the moment, out onto the course. You can see very, very clearly the changing nature of the terrain that a lot of the riders have talked about on this lap. 11.6 kilometres per lap. The T2 class, 3 full laps to give 35 kilometres of racing. The women's T2, T1, 2 laps to give 23.2k of racing.
And here you can see what we talked about earlier was the 2 races kind of interacting together. So Giorgio Ferroni, who is our favourite in the T1 men's category, he's almost joined forces with Reynoso Figueroa from Spain, who's T2, and obviously Ferroni is pushing away from his compatriot.
So the rider from Denmark is Hegelund. The rider from Uzbekistan, Atahodjev Aziz. Now he had a good time trial, taking the bronze medal. But we head back down into the start of the women's race. The women's T1 and T2 will very shortly be away.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All the best! Welcome back!
And we have 2 laps for this combined race of women's T1 and T2. And as they're just navigating their way through the really good medical cover around this race before we head out of the town, and we can just see that they're still being held as a neutral start here. And as you can actually see, it's the moto regulator here with from the jury, commissaire's jury, are just holding that group together until they're past the medical care around the race, and then the race will start.
Well, the lead group of 4 became 5. The lead group of 5 has now become 6 in the men's T2 category, with Maximilian Jaeger, in the mix, but the rider from Czechia coming in and on to the group as well. So that is indeed Massin from Czechia coming down. Now, he took 4th place in the World Championship road race in Zurich last year. He was part and parcel of that leading group, that 4-up sprint we were talking about.
And you could just see a collision there. You could hear it on our audio as well. You could just see a collision there between Barrow and the rider from Colombia there. and that was a really close call. You could hear the metal and equipment sound, and thankfully they both stayed upright.
Well, Alpha is the rider number 332, sorry, in the men's T2 from Saudi Arabia on your screen at the moment, and sat behind the rider from Japan, Fuki. Now, interesting move. Now, we talked a little bit in the handbikes earlier on, Barney, about drafting. Drafting on the trikes, exactly the same?
Yeah, it is indeed. You know, you get a huge benefit, and you've also got the safety bar as well, as we talked about in the hand cycling as well. So there's a safety bar that goes across the two rear wheels, so that stops the rider who's behind you going in that gap, which obviously you'd end up with wheels overlapping, and then if people change direction, you'd end up with a potential crash and an issue there. So the safety bar is a very important part to these bikes, and you will also see riders getting incredibly close to that safety bar as well, because aerodynamics and shelter behind some of these bikes is crucial, and riders want to save energy all the time.
Yeah, they do indeed. Energy conservation, one of the key things the riders are looking for in this road race. It's not like you're riding against the clock. You're riding against your competitors here.
Yeah, you are indeed, and certainly in this case, Giorgio Ferroni has actually just joined the lead group of or just about joined the lead group of the men's T2. So a great ride by him, and it's to his benefit now that he tries to keep up with men's T2, because he's in a separate battle for separate rainbow jersey and medals, because he's men's T2, and obviously the riders with the red helmets in front of him are men's T2.
They are, and so Ferroni in the T1 class, strongly moving on to the back of the group, and you can see the group stretching here on one of the small climbs. I say it's a small climb, it's a gentle gradient, but it does go on for a significant period of time, and it really is influential in these races. We heard that earlier on from some of the winners' interviews in the earlier handbike road races. And this course is the same course as they used on the time trial. And Akachev from Uzbekistan had a strong time trial in that men's T1 category, taking away third place. Pushing on at the moment, but riding solo in this men's T1 road race at the moment.
Yeah, he is indeed, and we'll try and get a marker for where we think second place is in that category as well, because we expect him to be, you know, running for one of those medals, whether it's kind of silver or bronze. But at the moment, Ferroni is doing an incredible job, and he's just about hanging on to the back of the T2 race at the moment. But yeah, he's starting to see a gap now, which is to be expected, really. He's in a more impaired category, so his physical function will be harder, particularly going around the corners and the more technical aspects to this course.
Yeah, and look, we see the rider from Denmark on the front signalling to the riders, steady, steady, we're coming up into a corner. So the care and control out there as well.
Yeah, there is, and there's always going to be some, you know, rider signals. It's perfectly normal. That happens in every form of cycle racing, and there's no reason why that shouldn't kind of happen in the trikes as well. So yeah, everyone likes to look after each other, and you just see and you can just see the differences there in some of the impairments in the riders. Some can get around the corner slightly easier than others, and it's often when the gaps happen in these races, it's due to corners or technical aspects. It's not always down to that rise in the road or kind of change in gradient.
And the trikes, one of the more, I was going to say, one of the machines where more technically difficult to handle.
Yeah, they're incredibly difficult to handle. I've ridden one, and they're very, very difficult to handle. The reason for that is down to the camber. So if you can imagine, and you'll see that a little bit on the road in the moment, and you'll see the riders leaning too. So if you're on a two-wheeled bike, your body weight kind of evens out with the gradient and the surface, so your body weight kind of adjusts to it. On the trike, it doesn't. So your body weight has to shift on the bike, so the center of gravity stays in the right place, otherwise you topple over. So it's a real challenging bike to ride, and I take my hats off to these guys. They do an amazing job, guys and girls do an amazing job for this racing.
Well, the women's peloton, it is big, it is strong, and it is rolling now in the women's T2 and T1 class. We were just talking about how challenging the tandems are to ride out on course, and another problem there out. The Shimano support team out very, very quickly, and Quiroga from Colombia receiving assistance on the side of the course. The women's race out and underway. Yeah, and exactly that, Barney, the cambers, etc., on the road with the corners.
Yeah, they do make a difference, and certainly these riders, and they're up. The only difference you'll see is, and we know that he was okay because he was kind of mounted back on his bike, but because of the impairment, it just takes them a little bit longer to get back on their bike. So you'll just see him kind of take his time, and thankfully there was a member of the Spanish team there who was all willing to help, and that's what you do find as well. You do find that all the nations would kind of help each other in these situations. Yeah, you want these riders back on the bikes and racing as soon as possible. So I'm sure we'll see him back on his bike very, very soon. But it just takes that little bit more time with the impairments they have.
Well, Steinbichler from Austria has been on the front of this pack for some time. A benefit to being on the front, Barney?
I think, yes, we're seeing that at the moment, certainly through these technical sections, and he's obviously happy being on the front, but you're obviously seeing the riders that are taking benefit from being sat on the wheels, of the likes of Sellen, the likes of Massin, the German rider, Jaeger, sorry. Mine went blank. So those riders we're consistently seeing in the wheels, and those are the riders that we probably expect to kind of see a bit of an attack later on. We're just seeing the young British rider at the back here.
Yeah, Callum O'Neill.
Callum O'Neill. He's been kind of chasing on and off all the time, and perhaps struggling a little bit with the cambers and the change of corners. But he's it's his first World Championship, so he's doing a fantastic ride.
Well, he's currently with the rider from Czechia, Massa, so he's in good company.
Yeah, he is, and to be close to that elite group in your first World Championships, he should be really, really proud for that. And we look at lots of different riders, and I think we're looking at Park here, who's chasing Ferroni, and he's in full time trial mode now to try and bring back Giorgio Ferroni from Italy. But yeah, you see lots of different riders in these races who, if they're at the World Championships for the first time, it's really unusual to come here and medal for the first time. So it's just part of that process of, how do you become world champion? It doesn't just happen straight away. It takes years and years of learning your craft and learning your trade, training really, really hard, letting your body develop. So for the younger riders, this is part of that process as well.
Well, this is Van Soest and Van Til on the front, isn't it? So Van Til, the Swiss rider in the WT2 category, Van Soest, the rider from the Netherlands in the T1 category. We saw both of those two riders win their respective individual time trials, and it's looking like they are watching the front of the women's peloton together from those exchanges.
Yeah, they are indeed, and really, really strong time trial performances from both of them, and they clearly have like huge engines in those legs that they're just waiting for the right moment to use. And obviously, Van Soest, being the more impaired of the two categories out on the course, the same with the men's, the T1s and T2s, that she's just trying to kind of break the group and make sure she doesn't have any T1s in her group, to give her that that bit of room between her and her competition.
Well, the overhead shots there, absolutely stunning of the women's trikes, and you can see the stretch on the group there. That corner course, Barney, and you were talking about that, the technical features, the corners, often the cornering styles and the race lines causing some of the gaps in the peloton, and then the longer, straighter segments allowing them to compress and come back together. Yeah,
that's right. And when we see them make this left hand into the finish straight now, and you're going to see them leaning right over the bikes, as we just saw that lean, and then they're back up to speed. But yeah, you're starting to see the familiar characters we're starting to see in this front group are the ones who've been pushing the pace all the time. But certainly Callum O'Neill has just literally jumped over from that chase to the lead group.
So O'Neill was indeed with Massin, this group coming over the line, has indeed utilised the opportunity to push and drive and try and close the gap to the leading group, to put 2 riders from Great Britain into that leading group of what will become 5 if he makes the catch.
Yeah, that's right, and I think that may well be our established group. But the one thing that's fairly constant, as you've already said, is Steinbichler, who's been on the front, driving the pace all the time and keeping a constant pace. So he doesn't want huge numbers in that group. He wants to keep the pace fairly constant. And again, he's really pushing the pace through this town centre part.
Yeah, isn't he? He's absolutely adamant. He wants it to stay a group of 4. He doesn't want 5 in the mix, and he definitely doesn't want 6 or 7. So one of the challenges of coming into the town and the more technical section, rather than the bigger, wider, open roads, is that there is that opportunity to come off of the pace slightly. To deal with the technical nature of the course. But what you then don't want are the smaller groups that you've established out on the bigger roads to come back together again.
Yeah, it is, and that's part of his race strategy. He wants a small amount of numbers that he can easily either dictate to or try and reduce any attacks that go on around him. So that's a good strong tactic from Wolfgang Steinbichler from Austria.
Yeah, Tim Sullen, Felix Barrow.
And he's trying to wave people through now, so he clearly wants some help to keep this.
I've done my turn. Yeah. I've done the entire lap 1. Come on, one of you, through you come. Oh, Massin from Czechia, just getting distanced off the back of the group now. He was in the leading group in Belgium last year. Looking to me like he's got a bit of an issue with the bar on the back there, Barney.
Yeah, he does indeed. It looks like it's had a prior repair to the bar, but it doesn't look like it's loose at the moment. So we hope that doesn't affect his race before the finish.
So the race well and truly underway now. The men's T1 and T2 out on the road. The road race for them. The women's T1 and T2 road race also out on the course at the moment. I'm just taking a little stand up in the commentary box to take a look at the finish line. We are located right on the finish line here in Ronse, Belgium, giving us a great shot of what is happening out there. The camera shot's also coming to you today, and the helicopter is out because the sun is out. The weather is good, and we will get some of those fabulous overhead shots now. Giorgio Ferroni from Italy in the men's T1 category, leading the road race now.
Yeah, he is, and he looks great. The speed he's riding at the moment, and we can see what I've kind of talked about is he's got a road bike that's attached to a piece of equipment at the back that then in turn gives him his two wheels to turn it into a trike. So yeah, it's a good. It looks like that to have a great position, and he is a great bike lander. He's been around for a long time in terms of trike racing, and yeah, he looks in a great position in this race at the moment. And you could just see on the camber on the road there where he was leaning towards the right-hand side, and as we just head back to our women's T1 and T2 road race. We could just see the T2s at the front at the moment, and almost like a split in category about in the middle of the group as well. So our T2s at the front in the white helmets, and then our T1 riders with the blue helmets. But yeah, the pace is definitely on in this race now. So we just see riders desperately trying to hold on to the back of this race. Ellie Kennedy from the USA in the T2 category, who's just fighting to get back onto this to this category now. And one of the very few sections on the course where you do have a clear sight line in front of everyone else as well, as we just rejoin our men's T2 race, T1 and T2 race from the helicopter again. And it's all back together. Well, it's an attack on the left-hand side by Callum O'Neill from Great Britain. A big turn of pace there.
Wow, what a move. And the rider who was off the back of the group, and we've seen the big group come back together, and we knew that the leading group of 4 didn't want this to happen, and this is exactly what could well have happened, and they were expecting. O'Neill coming onto the back of the leading group, picking up his teammate from Great Britain and forming, or trying to form, a 2-rider breakaway.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that with Barrow chase his teammate down. I think if he'd have let O'Neill go, then I think the rest of the group wouldn't have chased, and I think that may have put Barrow in a better position to be able to sit back and not chase and not do anything in that group. But yeah, it's tricky sometimes, I think, to make those very quick calls in races. So yeah, so Barrow obviously thought that was going to be a better form of his tactics today by following O'Neill.
Well, the group's now starting to form out on the road, and the overhead shots coming to us from the helicopter really giving us a clear idea. Now, Mastin, the rider from Czechia, has been yo-yoing on and off and on and off and on and off the back of this group.
It's largely through those technical areas. So, and also our Spanish rider here, Antonio Ramon, he's also struggling slightly through his technical areas. And you could see that because on the straighter roads, the power can go down, and he doesn't have to, you know, have the stress of the turns and the corners and the technical elements. You just see Giorgio Ferroni just behind that group now.
Yeah, he's
turn
not
onto
far
the
off,
same road.
is he? So the Ferroni, the leader in the men's T1 road race, clear of the rest of his competitors, but closer to the leading group in the men's T2 class.
Yeah, he is, and Hibby wanted to stay in as far ahead in front of Park as he possibly can, and by the looks of this gap at the moment, he is. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, he is indeed, and Junyoung Park from South Korea. I mean, he had a really good individual time trial, finishing second and taking the silver medal, and he really has come on strongly. Now, I know we saw that show in the 2 World Cups that we had in the individual time trial, but good to see it coming to the fore here in the road race as well. Well, this is the women's T1 road race. And you can see we had a big group of riders together in the T1 and T2 women's road race for some time. We're now starting to see those splits as they make their way back into town at the end of lap number 1. It is a 2-lap race for the women. So Mastin
has a puncture on his rear right wheel at the moment. We can see he's slowed significantly, and certainly that could well, and unless he can get to the pits where his own team wheels are, because the trike wheels are very specific, so he's going to need to, as quickly as he can, get to the pits, and they're quite away from that town centre environment, unfortunately. So that could well be a huge factor affecting his race today.
And we've seen that affect we've seen punctures affect the individual time trial, and the issue now affecting Massin in the men's T2 road race. Well, this pack are rolling and rolling strongly now, aren't they? Really great shots here, just showing you the reason why those bars are on those trikes.
Yeah, it's a great shot, and you can see them. Well, you can see the benefit of sitting in the wheels now, because you can see riders freewheeling whilst the rider in front from Germany is obviously, you know, taking, you know, pedaling and taking the majority of the wind. So yeah, and you just see O'Neill and our Spanish rider just rejoin that group.
Yeah, Maximilian Jäger, the rider from Germany, doing a really strong ride in that group on the front. Taken over, as you say, from the Austrian, who was leading for most of the first lap, Steinbichler. And just dropping in with the Spanish rider, Navarro. He's coming back onto that group.
Yeah, he is indeed, and there are actually two Spanish trikes in this group now, which is great for them. So we've got two nations with two riders in each in this group now. We might well see some tactical decisions around that too. We just see that as they went around that left-hander, Jaeger really pushed on the pace, and he knows that as soon as you come out of a corner, there's a few kind of gaps appearing behind him, so he's really pushing on the pace, but doesn't appear to be affecting the three riders behind him that have been constant throughout this race.
Well, the T2 men's road race, this group here on the climbs continue to move strongly as we just drop in with the women's T2, T1 road race. Now I'm looking like we've got a group of 5 riders starting to go clear, 4 of which are in the T2 race, but the Dutch rider Van Soest in the T1 able to stay with the higher category.
Yeah, indeed, and you could see that was a great camera shot from our TV motor there. You could see how hard the climb was. It's the first time we've seen it from the opposite direction, and it gives a great idea of how hard that climb is coming into the finish. So that's in the last kilometre, so it provides an excellent springboard for attacks, and certainly making your components kind of suffer over that last kilometre before the finish.
Well, Vejvodova from Czechia, the rider in the T1 category, looking like she's in that silver medal position, just off the back of the group. It's almost reach out and touch, but can't quite get there. But Vejvodova doing a phenomenal job. But she took 3rd place, actually, in the time trial on Thursday. Pardubieva took 2nd, but Vejvodova doing a strong ride and a strong race. She took 2nd place to Van Soest in the road race in Zurich last year, so working strongly. Now Park is also riding strongly in that MT1 category. The rider from South Korea sitting in 2nd place. Giorgio Ferroni currently in the lead in that T1 race. In the T2 race, well, the pace is picking up again because they are out on one of these very long, straight sections. Well, you can see the riders coming round at the end of lap 1 here. The riders pushing on in the T2 category, the white helmets of those riders going through, the blue helmets of the T1 class.
Yeah, that's developing into a fascinating race now. They've got 1 lap to go in that race, so it's all to play for, and certainly even Van Soest, who we saw disappear into the distance in the race last year. She's certainly still got riders just in touch of her race at the moment, the rider from Uzbekistan.
Well, Rita Malenkowicz, the Polish rider, on the front of the peloton here in the women's T2. Marika Van Soest from the Netherlands in the women's T1, desperate to stay as long as possible in that leading group and really make the benefit of any gap she can establish behind her. And look at that, all eyes on the duo from GB at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
Look, double check, shoulder check, right, shoulder check, left, where are they?
They keep playing real keen interest in the young rider Callum O'Neill from Great Britain, and every time he kind of eases onto the outside, you're kind of expecting an attack. But we're just coming up to this little kind of dog leg and then a left turn, so this is where you start to see the gaps appearing, and certainly O'Neill and you know, our Spanish rider on the back of this group at the moment have struggled around these technical parts, but. And the other riders know this as well, so they're trying to push the pace around here too. But they look like they've got round slightly better this time round. And again, those gaps extend between the trike riders in this men's T2 race. But as we get onto this, you know, more straighter road and less issues for kind of steering, certainly for our Spanish rider at the back here, He's struggled quite a lot in these technical sections, Navarro, Prieto, and he's going to be fighting his way back onto these kind of straight roads. Will give him that opportunity.
And it is about not panicking, isn't it?
It is.
Staying calm, staying considered, and just waiting for your moment where you know the course suits you and you can push through.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point kind of worrying about that particular part of the course. If you know it's going to happen, then you just try and focus on the positive part, which is getting back into that group as soon as you've kind of lost contact. And there's again a perfect example of Majunka here, who's done exactly the same. If she is struggling in the more technical parts, then it's a case of fighting back on as soon as she can, because there are 3 riders in her category in front of her, and she's currently 4th on the road. So if she can get amongst those kind of 3 riders, and we know that Van Thiel is a really strong rider in that women's T2 category, as we see some action at the front of the men's T2 race.
Yeah, Joanna Majuka just from Germany closing down and putting herself back into contention, but here at the moment in the men's T2, wow, all change again. So it is indeed the German rider Jaeger on the front, pushing the pace again and causing problems. We've got a couple of riders just getting distanced and 2 riders going clear at the moment. Jaeger's pace here doing some damage, but it's looking to me like Steinbichler, the Austrian rider on the front, is taking a look from behind and expecting somebody else to chase, and Tim Sellen is the rider doing the chasing now. So the rider from Belgium coming up and over the top and closing down the gap. Steinbichler very quick on his wheel though. He didn't want to do the work, he wanted somebody else to do it, didn't he?
He did indeed, and you could see Steinbichler looking round. Sellen wasn't going anywhere, then Sellen did the right thing. He attacked the gap between the 2 groups, but very quickly Steinbichler was right on his wheel, and we're back to our four trikes out in front, and the two chasers who are clawing their way back gradually over this course.
Yeah, so you can see the 6 riders who are at the front of this men's T2 race. Oh, another big push now coming from the rider from GB. Oh, it's Barrow on the front this time. O'Neill now just a little bit distanced off the group.
Yeah, he is indeed, and that fierce acceleration off the back of the initial attack. I think Barrow has realised that he needs to start creating some gaps in this race, which he's doing right now.
So big drive at the moment as they head out of town on lap 2 of the 3-lap race.
You can just see O'Neill here starting to chase back on, and there will be a limit with O'Neill, the closing power he has to keep closing the gaps on these groups. He's doing a fantastic job of that at the moment, but yeah, he just needs to keep trying, keep pushing back onto this group, and because you never know what might happen in these races.
Well, also it looks to me, Barney, that the stronger part of O'Neill's course is out on those long straight roads in the countryside.
Yeah, it is indeed, and he's just got to kind of try and keep pace with this group flying around this more technical part in the town, and that will be the key for him to do that. And Barrow just needs to get on with his own race now, because O'Neill is not in the group, so he just needs to focus on his race. They can't necessarily interact as a team together, so he just needs to focus on that. And you just see Ferroni here out on the road, and he's doing a great job building up a big lead over Park at the moment. We'll try and give you some time checks as soon as we receive those 2, but there's some significant distance between Ferroni and Park from Korea.
Yeah, there is indeed, and Giorgio Ferroni, he tried to stay with that leading group in the men's T2 category for as long as possible, and it really drove him to establish the lead in his race in the men's T1 category, doing a phenomenal job, and then his job holds the gap.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you'll see, you can see him holding his arm by his side there, and sometimes with the different impairments you'll see with the riders in paracycling, you'll see some riders will experience a spasm in the arm, or will experience, and often that's a for Ferroni at that particular point, it was probably a hindrance, him having his arm on the bar, because it would cause the bar to shake. So if he was able to take his hand off the bars, it sounds completely counterintuitive, but taking his arm off the bar actually helped him rather than causing a hindrance. And here we go, the T2 men's race coming up with a lap to go as we hear the bell go.
Well, the race is on. We've gone from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 as the group got bigger. We're now going back down the other way. 4 riders, small gap to the 5th. O'Neill coming through and across the line now with a gap to 6th place in this men's T2 road race.
Yeah, you can see some real strain on these riders' faces now after these constant attacks on lap 2 of this race. And you'll start to see some. The one rider I think we're seeing who's taking a lot of shelter, although the look on his face tells a lot of pain, is Sellen at the moment. Yeah. He's sitting in the wheels as much as he can, but Barrow out front looks incredibly composed.
He looks really strong and composed, doesn't he? Tim Sellen, the rider from Belgium, you're right, Barney. He's not been on the front. He's not done any work, and it took Steinbichler from Austria really to sit up and force him to do some work earlier on.
Yeah, it did, and I think from a tactical point of view, these 4 riders have got very different plans at the moment, as we're seeing, and we're going to see that unfold in this final lap of what's been a thrilling men's T2 race. We've just saw the wheel move up, and you can just see the issues with getting around these corners. We just saw Jaeger, and you'll see all their wheels, the inside wheel come up, where the weight is going on the outside of the corner, because they're all on such a limit.
And they are, and we talked, I know, in the time trial about the risk and reward of how fast you take corners and how you move through technical sections on the course. But it's really hard, isn't it? There's that red mist that descends sometimes when racing. And it does just change how you perceive and how you approach things.
Yeah, it does, and the only thing that really changes that is experience.
Yeah.
And I think experience plays a large part in this, and we're seeing a reasonably kind of balanced field, but there are 2 of them that have been around a lot longer and will have that experience and be able to be more calculated, I think, in your tactical approach. Yeah. And that will be the crucial part which changes the outcome of this race.
Well, 4 riders now clear in the men's T2 category. Steinbichler from Austria, Sellen from Belgium, Barrow from Great Britain and Jaeger from Germany. The 2 Spanish riders that were in the group now dropped. Figueroa, the best placed of those 2 Spanish riders. Navarro now dropped further back. Figueroa currently sat in 5th position out on the road.
And still we can see Barrow on the front of this this group, but we're starting to see, wow, this is a real change of events in the women's T1 and T2 race. And you're seeing, at the moment, you're seeing behind her, and they look to have broken away from their counterparts in each race.
Well, they do, don't they? And this is Giorgio Ferroni in the men's T1 coming over the line and taking the bell. 1 more lap to go for Ferroni in the men's T1 road race. He is the solo leader at the moment, having broken away early in the race, and he's doing well. He is riding himself into that gold medal position. Well, this is interesting, Barney. Figueroa isn't out of this yet. He's closing the gap down now on the long straight run out of town on this final lap. The men's T2 road race, 4 riders clear. Figueroa from Spain currently sat in 5th place. You can see on the helicopter shot just the distance now. For him, it's really all about what that front group do, isn't it? Because there's only so much you can do to close down a group that you've been dropped from. Yeah, there is indeed, and I think if there is some let up in this front group, I think he will be able to close that gap. But if the pace stays on, he's got a real challenge to get back into this group of 4 in front. Well, Steinbichler from Austria, Sellen from Belgium, Barrow from Great Britain and Jaeger from Germany. The 4 riders leading the men's T2 race. Well, I've just had a little note passed to me in the commentary box because we've had the stopwatch on the riders at the finish line, and I can tell you there's a 1-minute gap between Ferroni from Italy in the men's T2 and second place Park from South Korea. We were talking about gold bikes yesterday. I can see gold handlebar tape.
Yeah, it's an excellent choice with his gold chain as well, by all accounts. Yeah, so it's only just a 5-second gap between our 4 leaders and our Spanish chaser, but yeah, he's kept that gap identical, which kind of shows the distance is coming in those technical sections, and he's holding the group on on these sections here. But he just needs to keep. He's still having a quick look around to make sure there's no other bikes with him, but no, he's very much on his own and chasing this group, and he's gradually clawing it back.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch, isn't it? Because it really is a solo effort here from Figueroa to close the gap back down to the group, and he's using the parts of the course where he knows he is strong to do so, and he really is digging in and working hard. Look at that, you know, and it's interesting, you know. To be gapped from a group multiple times and to still have the commitment and drive to keep closing and keep closing and keep closing, it's one strong individual.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you have to be strong with your mind as well as we head to the excellent lead being established by Celine Van Til in the women's T2 race.
Yeah, it is the women's T2 race. So 2 laps here of the course in Ronse, Belgium. 23.2 kilometres of racing for the women T1 and T2 class. Celine Van Til from Switzerland currently leading that T2 category. We did indeed, the last time we were in, we saw Marieke Van Soest from the Netherlands leading the T1 category. As we drop back in with the men's T2, and not only has Figueroa of Spain made the catch, but O'Neill of Britain has as well.
Yeah, what a chase, and that's a perfect example of not giving up in a race, isn't it? Because you never know what might happen. So yeah, a fantastic ride by the young British rider, and the Spanish rider there just kind of looked to his left and was completely surprised by the fact that O'Neill was absolutely flown up to this group.
Well, they're also having to come off the pace to get onto the back, because it is actually the front group that has slowed down somewhat as well.
Yeah, it has indeed, and it's an interesting part to this race, how the dynamic is working.
And any element of teamwork there with Barrow on the front, knowing that O'Neill was behind.
He'll probably need to look over his shoulder to see him first, and that for some of the impairments, it's quite difficult for them to do that as well. So it's quite tricky to be able to look and keep concentrated at the same time.
Well, Marieke Van Soest from the Netherlands in the women's T1 category. She hung with the women's T2 category pretty much for the entirety of lap 1 on this race. She's out on lap 2 of a 2-lap race now, and that lead she established by that strategy has indeed paid off. So Marieke Van Soest from the Netherlands, she took the win in the individual time trial earlier on in the week, and she is now leading the road race as well. We have seen this group in so many formations, Barney, so far. They are indeed out on the far point of the course at the moment. They're going to make the turn shortly and start heading back into town on the end of the final lap of the road race here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. There has got to, at some point, well, I say got to, maybe there hasn't. Will we start seeing riders attack, or will we see this group want a sprint?
I think it's going to be very unusual if we're going to want to see riders sprint round what's a fairly technical approach to the finish as well. So riders are going to try and get away before we get to the finish, because they're not going to want to take the chance on that final 300 meters where there are kind of multiple turns, different surface changes, different cambers for the trikes as well. So that's going to be an important factor. And for someone like O'Neill at the back, who has been struggling a little on those more technical sections, he's going to need to get away if he wants to try and impose himself on this race. But that said, you know, it's been a great kind of debut for him at these World Championships, when he's very much with the best in the world at the moment, and they're going to give us a thrilling race in these final few kilometres.
Well, for your first World Championship road race, being in contention in the leading group for the majority of the race is an absolutely, well, sterling way to start your World Championship career. But at the moment, he's O'Neill just off the back of the leading group. 5 riders being led by Felix Barrow, the second rider from GB in that leading group. The German rider, Jaeger, has just been sat on Barrow's wheel for some time now. Tim Sullen from Belgium, the home rider who took the win in the individual time trial, has done no work other than when he was forced.
Yeah, that's right. It was that on this same point of the course when Sullen was forced to kind of chase by Steinbichler. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And having said that, when they came past us on the finish line here, of all of their faces, Sullen looked in the most difficulty. Not that tells us everything,
no.
but it might give us an indication for how hard these riders are actually having to you know, try out on this course. But yeah, certainly Barrow at the moment, he's been on the front for a long time, but going into the more technical parts, that will be a benefit.
Well, the turns here make the turns on the run in towards town. We've been out on the countryside around Ronse in Belgium. That left turn starts our approach now towards the centre of town. And the finale to the men's T2 and T1 race. The men's T2 road race is going to take to the finish line first. 6 riders, because O'Neill is back on the group. So the leading group in the men's T2 road race just lapping one of the other competitors out on the course in the men's T1 class. It's the Swiss rider, Fabiano Way. So just to let you know, it is Barrow from Great Britain, Steinbichler from Austria, Sellen from Belgium, Figueroa from Spain, O'Neill from Great Britain, and Jaeger from Germany. Those are the 6 riders in this leading group on the run in towards the finish line here in Ronse, Belgium, in the men's T2 road race. Wow. I can hear the brains whirring.
I think that's mine, to be honest.
Really? Because I'm looking at this thinking someone's got to go, and the first rider to attack here is Tim Sullen from Belgium. He won the individual time trial, and now he sets out his stall to win the road race here as well. We've not seen him testing the group, Barney, or a concerted attack.
I'd say that was a really clever attack going into this corner, knowing that he can try and stretch the legs, but Barrow's fairly quickly onto him there. and that was course knowledge. That's knowing your course and knowing the right time to attack. Oh, slight down by O'Neill here, but he's being helped very quickly back onto his bike by a neutral service to get his chain back on. Really unfortunate for the young rider here, but he'll be back up and running pretty soon.
And that increase of speed, that increase of pace and the attack, along with the road furniture, just causing a challenge for the rider from GB, but very, very quickly up and back onto the bike. So the lead in the women's T2 road race, this is Celine Van Til. Absolutely fantastic riding. She's going to take the win and the gold medal, your world champion, Celine Van Til, for 2025 in the women's T2 category. Fabulous riding, fabulous racing from Celine Van Til, the Swiss rider, taking the gold medal and that world championship title in the women's T2 class.
What a ride, absolutely fantastic ride, and it literally took a lap as we go on to our women's T1 rider.
Well, the next rider over the line in the women's T1 is indeed the winner, Marieke van Soest from the Netherlands. She takes the gold medal and the world championship title for 2025 in the women's T1 category. Oh, fabulous ride from Van Soest. Fabulous ride from Van Til. And how close was Van Soest to Van Til, Barney?
Incredibly close. It was, I'd easily say, closer than she was in Zurich, because obviously they started in a similar type of race. But you can see how pleased and how happy Celine Van Til is.
And the wind not playing with the flag, but Celine Van Til from Switzerland taking the gold medal. And we can see now the second rider over the line. It is going to be the Polish rider, Rita Malinkiewicz, who is going to take the silver medal. Bronze really close behind. That is going to be Jana Majunki from Germany. Fabulous racing out on the course here in Ronse, Belgium.
And we're now starting to see the conclusion to our men's T2 road race as they're coming back into town now. And as expected, we started to see some slightly different tactical battles coming in now, as Steinbichler from Austria is taking the lead through these kind of technical sections. But as always throughout this race, Tim Sullen is glued to his back safety bar and just waiting for that next opportunity that he can find.
So interesting to see Steinbichler back on the front of this pack. Lap 1, he drove the race. For lap 2, he sat in, and on lap 3 as we go back in with second place in the T1 category. That is indeed Marjina Pardaboyeva from Uzbekistan. Oh, the push on the run into town, and Sellen now driving, and Tim Sellen in the men's T2 category absolutely driving now as he comes into town. Barney, you are right, home advantage, home roads, he will know this inside out, and he's putting a massive dig in now to go clear of Felix Barrow, the rider from GB. As Sellen now, this is the attack for the win. Steinbichler from Austria in 3, Barrow in 2. Closing back down on Tim Sellen. Sellen shoulder checks over his corner, seeing how close they are, seeing where the competition is. They're coming towards the finish, and you can see the look on Barrow's face behind, trying to close down Sellen.
He is, and they're under a kilometre to go now, about 600 metres to go now, and you can see the gap. It's so close between Sellen and Barrow, with Steinbichler just hanging on to Barrow gradually, but this is it for Sellen now. He really has to focus and go. There's no looking around now. He's just got to go and hope that the elastic breaks between him and Barrow and Steinbichler.
Well, Sellen in 1. 1, Barrow in 2, Steinbichler in 3, the Austrian rider on Barrow's wheel, closing it down as well. The gap to Sellen staying at the moment. Can Steinbichler come round Barrow? He's trying. Yes, he can. He's going to move towards Tim Sellen. Is it going to be Steinbichler from Austria that closes the gap down to Sellen and creates the challenge for the gold medal? Because at the moment, the Belgian rider is riding his way to gold. Look at the overhead shots. Look at what the attack from Tim Sellen has done on the run in towards the finish line here in Ronse in Belgium. He's on the final 300 metres now. He's going to come towards the left-hand turn that will take him into the run to the finish line. The race is on behind, but Tim Sellen from Belgium is going to be your world champion for the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road Championships here in Ronse, Belgium. Sellen takes gold. Steinbichler from Austria comes through for silver, and Barrow from Great Britain will take the bronze. Well, Jaeger from Germany will come through for 4th place in that men's T2 category. But Tim Sellen, we never saw him, Barney. He did no work unless he had to, and then he was the one who launched the attack to the finish.
Yeah, he was indeed. That was an absolute tactical masterclass by Sellen. He attacked just on that little roundabout. They went around really, really fast around there. Just before he went up the small incline, approaching 1 kilometre to go, is perfectly timed. But the crucial thing with it was he kept his head down. He kept going. He kept looking around, but he kept the power on. And that was the difference between, you know, our winner and everyone else today.
Well, we saw his reaction to winning the individual time trial earlier on in the week. His reaction to now doing the double and double world champion here in Belgium. You could not ask for a better outcome for him, could you?
No, not at all. And you can see the delight on his face. You could see the delight on all the spectators around us as well. They're absolutely thrilled to see Sellen win and have a home win here in Ronse in Belgium.
Well, celebrations all round for Tim Sellen taking the win in the men's T2, but we've still got the men's T1 out on course as well at the moment. There's another world champion due to be crowned in a very short while.
He looks like he could do that all again, doesn't he?
Well, this is the moment, this is the attack, this is the push. And Barney, the attack came on the run into fairly technical parts of the course. Everywhere that Sellen pushed on course, it was on a run into a technical feature.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it was interesting seeing that clip back now, and you can see how and why he went where he did. So the moment, so he went into the roundabout, and then it was the moment that he came out of the roundabout. And what he was doing, he was using the best side of his body with his impairment to control the bike. So if he'd have been going around a roundabout the other direction and exiting on the other side, he would have had less stability on his body. But what he did, he played it absolutely perfectly. He executed the corner where he knew he had the most control and could go around the fastest on the exit, which then created the gap. And you saw Barrow behind, his impairment means he's a little bit more unstable on both exits of both corners, but you can see Sellen's left-hand side is his most able compared to his right. So he had total control on the right side of the road when he was finishing. And look at the victory here.
And riders are planning this from a long way out, aren't they? They're looking at the course maps, they're working with their coaches and their teams. They're taking those considerations into account as to what type of race they're going to execute.
Yeah, they are indeed, and that's and again, that's something that if you know your competitors and you know your opponents who you're racing against, you start to see the patterns forming of how they race.
And it means so much not just to the individuals, does it, but to the families as well.
No, it does, and this is the support network. This is his supporters club. He's got their T-shirts on, and it does mean a huge amount for the families and all the effort and the hard work that goes in, because this is only part of it. You know, what they see at home are the gigantic efforts and commitment that riders make, and you know, and for the families to be involved with that as well. People often see it as a sacrifice to the families, but no, this is a great thing for the families to experience, and that's something I've been very fortunate to be part of as well.
And it's a massive team effort, it really, really is. And another rider who is leading the charge at the moment, Giorgio Ferroni from Italy, in the men's T1 road race. He went with that group in the T2 road race early. He hung in hard. He's then established a gap across Jun Young Park from South Korea, the rider lying in second place, who we're just dropping in with now. He too is about to come into town. Actually, at last time check, it was 2 minutes between these two riders, and then around another further minute back to third, Akujev from Uzbekistan. So the men's T1 road race coming to conclusion. Well, I'm loving the art on the buildings here in Ronse as well, and you can see the characters from the road race and from the Paracycling World Championships of the 2025 UCI Games here. Absolutely brilliant street art. Even had the helicopter in. Well, the helicopter giving us some fantastic shots today, but Giorgio Ferroni from Italy takes the final corner here on the men's road race in the T1 category. Your world champion for 2025 in the men's T1 class, Giorgio Ferroni from Italy.
Yeah, great ride by Ferroni there, and it was almost from the outset of the race, and he was hanging on to that T2 men's race, and then he just went into time trial mode for the rest of it. But yeah, a thoroughly deserved World Championship road race, and double as well. He is now a double world champion here in Ronse in Belgium.
Yeah, double world champion Ferroni doing the double in the individual time trial and the road race at the Italian. Well, a job well done, and he is going to enjoy that.
Porca Madonna. Grande Joe, grande.
And interesting, you were talking, Barney, about the supporters. Some of them quite calm, some of them really excited. Need a bit of both.
Yeah, you do indeed, and you often find that I think it's very individual, but you often find that the excited ones are always excited with everyone, and it's great to see that. Great to see that excitement, because obviously for Ferroni, he's been around a long time, and often I think when riders win time and time again, it's just an assumption that this always happens, so it shouldn't be celebrated, and I think it should be. It should always be celebrated when a medal is won and a World Championship title is won too.
Yeah, well, we're watching Youngjung Park from South Korea coming in the MT1 class. Sorry, he's going to take second place. Ferroni has taken the gold medal. I'm just out the window. I have just watched a phenomenal sprint for 9th and 10th in the MT2 class between Fukuki of Japan and Alpha Ways of Saudi Arabia. A fabulous sprint finish, and I tell you, it really came down to the wire for 9th and 10th in that race. Well, Jungyung Park in the men's T1 category from South Korea now coming in towards the finish at around the 300-metre to go mark.
Yeah, he is. What a great ride by Park, and he's very much been on his own, and he would have been given feedback from his race about how long there is to go, and he's very nearly at the finish line now.
Yeah, he is indeed. He took second place in the individual time trial, so with a silver medal already there. He's going to take a silver medal today in the MT1 class in the road race here at Ronse in Belgium. Junyoon Park from South Korea, your silver medalist in the MT1 class for 2025. He's pleased with that.
It is a great ride by Park, and yeah, you can see how pleased he is. It's another silver medal at these Road World Championships in the road race, and yeah, he's really pleased.
He's had a good season.
Yeah, no, he has indeed, and it's been very competitive in the Road World Cups, and it's been great to see him achieve great things here as well.
Well, the shots overhead, the riders continuing to come over the line in the men's T1 and T2 road race, the women's T1 and T2 road race as well. We've been treated to some fantastic road racing for the morning session here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships in Ronse, Belgium. And the rain today has stayed away.
It has indeed.
You can see those hills in the background as we move to this afternoon's racing. We change courses to a longer lapped course. The lap will be 15.4 kilometres with 208 metres of climbing this afternoon. We will be heading into those rolling climbs.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge this afternoon with with those climbs, and it's certainly going to create some different dynamics from the course we've seen from the time trial today as well.
For Denmark, on his way, I think, towards a medal, Martin Heggelund.
Well, the men's T1, the Danish rider Martin Heggelund had put in a phenomenal race and went really strongly off the start, finishing strongly as well here. Third place, provisionally for Heggelund.
Yeah, it's a great ride by him. And if you remember at the start of this race on lap 1, he was with Park for a long time before Park managed to surge ahead of Heggelund. And yeah, great race for him to finish on the podium today.
Yeah, so the bronze medal going to Martin Heggelund of Denmark in the men's T1 category. I tell you, another very happy rider. What a performance. Well, I tell you, he battled out on course with Akajev from Uzbekistan, who took third place in the individual time trial. And Martin Heggelund getting the better of the rider from Uzbekistan in the road race. The Danish rider finishing with the bronze medal. Well, Akajev has just come over the line for fourth place. That was indeed a close battle out there, and well, great riding, great racing. As we look at what is one of the oldest railway stations in Europe, Barney. History, heritage, and cycling and bike racing, definitely part of it in Belgium.
It certainly is, and I did have a keenness on train stations. I've been paying particular interest into one of Europe's oldest.
Yeah, apparently it was moved. It used to be the railway station in Bruges.
That's right, yeah.
And they took it down stone by stone, and then they rebuilt it in Ronse.
Why not?
Well, you know, if you want to move a building or a bridge. Well, let's take a look at the results from the fabulous road racing we have seen here in Belgium this morning. The women's T2 road race. The results, Celine Van Til taking the World Championship title from Switzerland in that T2 class. Taking a look at the shots of her coming over the line, we're going to hear from Van Til, the new road race world champion in the women's T2 category.
Celine Van Til, many congratulations. You're a multiple time trial champion, but now you're for the first time, finally, a road world champion. How does it feel?
a dream comes true, and I'm super, super, super happy. I can't realize it just now.
How hard was the parkour today? Because you started in a small group and you almost immediately set the pace on the course. Was it a plan?
We had to neutralize the start because of two falls just before us, and then we could go. And all the ladies were very, very, very strong today, and all played the game. So everyone went once forwards, and yeah, there were some attacks, of course, and when I had the opportunity against the wind to set a big attack, I pushed so hard, so I thought I can't go on like that. But then, I thought I just have to ride my time trial till the end. 6-7 kilometers to go, so yeah, I could make it. I'm super, super happy, and yeah, it's a dream which is coming true, and it's like a big, big, big surprise for my entire team. So thanks to them.
Céline Van Til, Sie sind der neue Weltmeister. Können Sie dieses Gefühl beschreiben?
Also es war mega, mega toll, hier zu rennen in Belgien, in Ronse. Das Publikum war einfach krass, einfach super. Und die Ladies, die waren alle mega, mega stark. Heute, sie sind ganz hart gefahren, haben sehr hart gepusht, und als ich die Gelegenheit hatte, sie zu attackieren und wirklich durchzubeißen bis zum Schluss, habe ich das gemacht. Ich hatte noch 7 Kilometer zu fahren. Und ich habe einfach mein Zeitfahren bis ins Ziel gemacht, und es hat geklappt. Ich bin ja mega, mega zufrieden, mega glücklich. Ja, ein Traum kommt wahr, und ja, danke an alle, die mich unterstützen, und das ganze Team ist einfach großartig.
Many congratulations. Thank you for the impressive performance today.
Thank you so much.
Well, it was indeed an impressive performance from Céline Van Til of Switzerland in the WT2 class. She was 1 minute 24 clear of the Rita Malinkwitz from Poland, who took the silver. And then it was Jana Mrzunki from Germany, 31 seconds back, who took the bronze. Ellie Kennedy coming through from the USA, just 36 seconds off of the podium for fourth. Well, in the women's T1, it was Van Soest who was so dominant, taking the gold medal. Parduboyeva from Uzbekistan coming through for silver, and Vejvodova from Czechia coming through for third. Gonzalez Guerrero for Mexico taking fourth. We're going to watch Van Soest come over the line, and then here for our winner.
Marieke van Soest, many congratulations. Thursday after the time trial, which you won, you said it was not a goal to become a world champion on Sunday, but you did it again. Can you describe this feeling?
I'm happy that with the race. I don't know what I feel. I like racing. I think I race more against myself than against the other people. I race for myself, and I want to make myself better. The race is always against myself.
I saw you riding almost the whole time with the riders of the T2 group, and you even left them behind. I think that was a super impressive performance.
You said that. I didn't know what was behind me. I was racing forward, and I don't know what behind me has happened.
You just go when you thought this is the moment.
I thought that the other T2 women behind me after in my wheel, but I don't look after me, so I didn't know that they were gone.
Marieke van Soest, Ongelofelijke proficiat. Donderdag na de tijdrit zei je dat het eigenlijk geen doel voor jou was om vandaag wereldkampioen te worden, maar je staat hier toch maar mooi.
Ja, dat is mooi, maar ik ben gewoon blij met de race. Dat is eigenlijk het belangrijkste.
Hoe lastig was het vandaag?
Ik vond het lastig dat het een geneutraliseerde stad was. Alles zat op elkaar op een kluisje, botste tegen elkaar nog aan het begin. Dat vond ik niet zo prettig. Ik dacht, ik ga maar even erlangs, want dan hoef ik niet zo... Ja, zit ik niet zo in die drukte.
Je zag er ongelooflijk indrukwekkend uit. Het bevestigde eigenlijk je vorm van de tijdrit. Je reed meteen naar de rijders van de T2-categorie en je reed er zelfs van weg op het moment dat Céline van Tiel vertrok.
Ja, ik dacht misschien kan ik nog bij de aansluiten dat ze me uit de wind kan houden. Maar ze rijdt te hard, is ook logisch. Het is D2 van, maar ik dacht, ik ga het gewoon proberen. Ik bedoel, dat is het leuke aan racen. Je hoeft niet te winnen, je moet gewoon proberen een doel te zetten. Ik dacht, het zou leuk zijn als ik er nog weer achter kan komen. Maar als het niet lukt, ook goed.
Je hebt nu deze week 2 gouden medailles. Wat betekent dit voor jou en voor jouw carrière?
Ja, het betekent niet zo heel veel, en ook niet voor mijn carrière. Ik heb eigenlijk een beetje besloten. Ik had bedacht, dit is eigenlijk mijn laatste race. Ik weet niet of ik volgend jaar terug op het toneel kom.
Dat zou heel jammer zijn als we je vandaag zagen rijden hoe straf je hebt gepresteerd. Maar ik snap de beslissing natuurlijk.
Ik blijf fietsen, dat is het probleem niet. Ik vind fietsen leuk, ik vind de racen leuk. Maar er is veel deze week gebeurd. Er zijn dingen die ik niet prettig vind binnen ons eigen... Nou ja, binnen het team. Ik wil gewoon plezier hebben in het fietsen. En dat is een beetje... heb ik niet meer zo. Ik blijf echt wel fietsen, dat is het probleem niet. Maar het hoeft niet van mij. Het moet gewoon leuk zijn.
Weg van heel het professionele toneel, gewoon jij op de fiets, het mooie weer, de mooie wegen.
Ja, en mezelf beter maken. Dat kan overal. Dat kan ook gewoon in de polder waar ik eigenlijk iedere dag mijn rondjes maak.
Super. Geniet ervan. Geniet vandaag van het podium en geniet nog van de fiets vooral.
Ja, dankjewel. Dat ga ik zeker doen. Komt goed.
Dank u.
Well, thoroughly enjoying watching Van Soest out on the women's course, and the level of competition and the level of her riding ability, absolutely phenomenal. She took the gold medal in that women's T1 class. Podium from Uzbekistan taking silver 2 minutes back. And then Vejvodova from Czechia again at 3:49. Van Soest just dominant.
Yeah, she was indeed, and yeah, you could just see the speed. And the first shot we've got of the attack when Van Soest was so close to Van Tiel as well for the women's T2 race. So the fact that she's been able to get anywhere near the T2 race just shows how very good she is.
Yeah, and well, it will be interesting to see whether she is back next year to defend that World Championship jersey. I, for one, hope she will.
Yeah, I hope she will be as well.
Yeah, so the shots of here in Ronse, I'll tell you, the sun is shining in the centre of town. In the MH5. In the afternoon's first race. In the afternoon's second race, we've got 4 categories out on the course. MH3, MH5, WH5, WH4 and WH3. Until then, Barney and I are going to leave you with the morning sessions medal ceremonies and the presentations of those iconic World Championship jerseys to our new World Champions for 2025.
Hij heeft de wedstrijd gewonnen. Zegengebaar, hand de lucht in. Bij Florian Jouani, de winnaar en wereldkampioen in het headbiken in de MH2-categorie.
Pas facile.
Le Tour de France, la Vuelta.
Le départ, ça a été très difficile parce que Sergio Garotté est parti vraiment vite. Les deux premiers tours, j'étais un peu dans le dur et puis finalement, j'ai réussi à me détacher sur la fin de course. Donc c'est vraiment une belle joie et puis une belle récompense pour tout le travail fourni.
Award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships for the category MH2 after their road race.
De prijsuitreiking van de UCI Wereldkampioenschappen Gebelenrennen 2025 en dit in de categorie MH2 na de wegwedstrijd.
During this ceremony, the medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, de president van de UCI Paracycling Comité.
De cadeautjes straks zullen worden overhandigd door provinciegouverneur mevrouw Carina van Kouter, die we ook heel hartelijk verwelkomen bij ons op het podium. Applaus, absoluut. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Italy.
Op de derde plaats en winnaar van de bronzen medaille voor Italië, dames en heren, Luca Mazzone.
In second place, winner of the silver medal representing Spain.
Op de tweede plaats en winnaar van de zilveren medaille voor Spanje, ladies and gentlemen, Sergio Garotté Muñoz.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, le moment suprême pour le nouveau champion du monde. The winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, representing France pour la France.
Op de eerste plaats de nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen en winnaar van de gouden medaille in de categorie MH2. Voor Frankrijk, uw applaus voor het applaudissement pour Florian Jouani.
We gaan cadeautjes uitdelen, die zullen worden aangereikt, zullen worden overhandigd door mevrouw, de provinciegouverneur mevrouw Van Kouter. Cadeautjes namens de stad Ronse, uiteraard gelegen ook in Oost-Vlaanderen, waar we een fantastisch kloppend hart hebben voor het wielrennen. Dat heeft vandaag nog wel eens tot een prachtig mooi moment geleid waarop we deze cadeautjes kunnen overhandigen. Mevrouw Van Kouter, provinciegouverneur van de provincie Oost-Vlaanderen, reikt ze uit en gaat zo meteen ook de nieuwe wereldkampioen kunnen en mogen belonen. Het cadeautje is op komst voor de man in de regenboogtrui, de man met het goud, le nouveau champion du monde, Florian Jouani. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now have your special attention please for the upcoming national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen, dames en heren, presenteren wij u het nationale volkslied van Frankrijk, La Marseillaise.
Avec vos applaudissements, please put your hands together for our medal winners.
Laat die nog eens daveren, dames en heren, voor deze podiumwinnaars. Luca Mazzoni, Sergio Garotte Munoz en Florian Joly.
We gaan ze nog eventjes op het podium laten voor de laatste officiële fotomomenten. En dan gaan we de voorbereiding aanvatten op wat straks een tweede huldiging in een reeks van 8 wordt. Also waiting for the other Italian, Luca Mazzoni. World champion.
Buona, buona. No, perché lo stavamo portando a spasso.
No, non è la prima volta, però è sempre un'emozione grandissima. Cioè, gli avversari nei miei confronti sono molto più giovani. Per me è sempre una sfida nuova, poi quest'anno è stato particolarmente difficile l'avvicinamento, l'allenamento. È stato grazie al CT che mi ha lasciato spazio di manovra che ancora una volta siamo riusciti ad essere qui vincenti.
Van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen 2020 en 2025 in Ronse.
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships category MH1 after the road race earlier today.
De prijsuitreiking van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen geelrennen 2025 in de categorie mannen H1 na de wegwedstrijd.
Once again, the medals during this ceremony will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, de president van de Paracycling Commissie van de UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing South Africa.
Dames en heren, de derde plaats en de winnaar van de bronzen medaille. En dit voor Zuid-Afrika, Nicolas Pieter Duprees.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing the United States of America.
Op de tweede plaats en winnaar van de zilveren medaille. Dit voor de Verenigde Staten van Amerika.
Met uw applaus, please put your hands together for our medal winners.
Graag nog even handen op elkaar voor de medaillewinnaars. Nicolas Pieter Duprees, Barry Wilcox en Fabrizio Corneliani.
Thanks a lot, guys. Merci beaucoup. We gaan straks naar de derde van 8 huldigingen. We gaan, als alles goed gaat, vervolgen met de huldiging in de GH2-categorie. Vermoed dat dat gaat kloppen.
Grazie.
Asciugatina?
Sì, vai. Sensazione bellissima che voglio dedicare a tutte le persone che mi vogliono bene, che mi hanno aiutato, e questo è insomma il coronamento di tanti sacrifici che ho fatto, perché il mio problema si chiama sclerosi multipla, non è facile perché la stanchezza è forte, però sono più forte io. La volata più importante sarà quella contro la sclerosi multipla, però ecco, questo è un modo per cercare di contrastarla al meglio. Quindi questa è una soddisfazione grande che dedico anche a tutte le persone con sclerosi multipla d'Italia e del mondo.
UCI Paracycling World Championships in Ronse. Dames en heren, welkom bij de medailleceremonies van de UCI World Championship 2025 in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling World Championships category WH2 after the road race.
De prijsuitreiking van de UCI Wereldkampioenschappen geelwielrennen 2025 in de categorie dames H2 na de wegrit.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben Elmahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben Elmahi, de president van de Paracycling Commissie van de UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, in third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Brazil.
De derde plaats en winnares van de bronzen medaille voor Brazilië, Gilmara do Rosario Gonçalves.
In second place, and our winner of the silver medal representing Thailand.
Op de tweede plaats en natuurlijk daarvoor de zilveren medaille. Komt uit Thailand, uw handen op elkaar voor Pachala Fasesan.
And then last but not least, the winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, world champion representing Italy.
Dames en heren, de eerste plaats, wereldkampioen en gouden medaille natuurlijk voor Italië in de WH2-klasse, Roberto Amadio!
En dan is het alweer tijd voor cadeautjes.
The gifts will be presented. De geschenken worden overhandigd door Monica Perez-Lobo, Vice President Sustainability of Toyota Motor Europe.
Toyota, een van onze belangrijke partners, zoals er zoveel zijn tijdens deze wereldkampioenschappen paracycling. Namens Toyota worden deze medaillewinnaressen beloond. En is er ook het cadeautje voor de wereldkampioen uit Italië. Our new world champion, Roberta Amadeo. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now have in honor of our new UCI world champion, your attention for the national anthem.
Dames en heren, ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen presenteren wij het nationale volkslied van Italië, Italy.
Dit verdient applaus en dat krijgen we meteen. A big round of applause for our medal winners.
Nog eens uw handen op elkaar voor Gilmara, Don Rosario Gonçalves, Bachara Facezen en Roberta Amadeo.
En zij zijn fan van de Ronse, zie ik. Staat op de cadeautjes. Wie niet? Thanks a lot, ladies. Merci beaucoup. Next up will be the official award ceremony for the WH1 category.
Eric. This time, I don't know why, but I was like more emotional when I crossed the line. I don't know, because it was hard, you know, two rounds. So I had some problems with the turns, but I gave everything I had. So I'm really grateful as well to be here, to be able to be here. So yeah, especially that.
World Championships in Ronse. Welkom trouwens again op die wilde medailles van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen 2025 in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships category WH1 Road Race.
Prijsuitreiking van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 in de categorie dames H1 na de wegwedstrijd.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben Elmahi, President of the Paracycling Commission from the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben Elmahi, de president van de Paracyclingcommissie van de UCI.
In second place and the winner of the silver medal representing Uzbekistan.
Op de tweede plaats en winnaar van de zilveren medaille voor Oezbekistan, ladies and gentlemen, Pokita Akmabekova.
Meer dan terecht applaus. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, winner of the gold medal, winner of the race, new world champion, representing Spain.
Op de eerste plaats en de nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen met de regenboog. Winnaar van de gouden medaille voor Spanje, dames en heren, Manuela Vos van den Bouwhuizen.
En dan is het hier in Ronse tijd voor de burgemeester om cadeautjes uit te reiken.
The gifts will be presented. Geschenken worden overhandigd door de burgemeester van stad Ronse, de mayor of City of Ronse, Injas Michaud.
En oh, wat is hij trots op dit evenement. En oh, wat zijn wij trots op Ronse.
De stad met uitzicht op kampioenen.
En zo krijgt er nu eentje een cadeautje. De nieuwe wereldkampioene, Manuela Vos van de Bouwhuizen. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, may we have your attention for the national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen presenteren wij u het nationale volkslied van Spanje, España, Spain.
Met uw applaus, put your hands together for our medal winners.
Handjes op elkaar voor Pokiza Akmatikova en Manuela Vos van den Bouwhuizen.
Er komt een speciaal momentje, dames en heren. De volgende huldiging, dat gaat wat worden. De volgende huldiging, zometeen wordt de huldiging voor de MT2-categorie. Hou u klaar!
Maar van alles te beleven is daar op de bank in Ronse, daar staat het huldigingspodium. Daar volgen zo meteen de eerste huldigingen op de derde en voorlaatste dag van de wereldkampioen.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. It's 2 times that I win here this weekend. And I can't describe. It was my biggest goal to finish here as world champion, but also in the time trial it was also my goal, but a little bit less. But yeah, it's beautiful, really beautiful.
Welkom bij de medailleceremonie van de UCI Paracycling wereldkampioen 2025 in Ronse!
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships for the category MT2 Road Race.
De prijsuitreiking van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 in de categorie mannen D2 nagenwegrit.
Also during this ceremony, the medals will be presented by Mr. Mohamed Ben El-Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohamed Ben El-Mahi, de president van de Paracycling Commissie van de UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain.
De derde plaats en winnaar van de bronzen medaille voor Groot-Brittannië, Felix Barrow.
In second place, winner of the silver medal representing Austria.
Op de tweede plaats en winnaar van de zilveren medaille in deze categorie MT2 voor Oostenrijk, Wolfgang Steinbichler.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, winner before his whole crowd, our new UCI World Champion representing Belgium!
Dames en heren, onze nieuwe wereldkampioen. Dubbelvoudig wereldkampioen, maar nu op de weg voor België. Gouden medaille voor Decisive!
Hij heeft ze, de gouden medaille, Decisive! Tijd voor cadeautjes.
De gifts will be presented. De geschenken worden overhandigd door minister van Petergem, vice-eerste minister en minister van Begroting.
Voilà, de cadeautjes gaan worden uitgereikt. Eerst en vooral het cadeautje voor de bronzen medaillewinnaar uit Groot-Brittannië, Felix Barrow. Met applaus. Het cadeautje voor nummer 2, voor de Oostenrijker Wolfgang Steinbichler, de zilveren medaillewinnaar. En dan, uiteraard, het cadeau voor, kijk hem fonkelen, de nieuwe wereldkampioen, Tim Seelen! En dan nu, dat speciale moment, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, your attention please for the national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI-wereldkampioen presenteren wij de Brabançonne voor België, Belgium!
Put your hands together for our medal winners. Felix Barrow, Wolfgang Steinbichler en voor eigen volk wereldkampioen Tim Seelen! Nog een paar laatste fotomomentjes. En misschien ook nog wel eens een keer een laatste oorverdovend applaus. Het feest kan beginnen.
Ronse niet alleen de stad met uitzicht, maar ook met een daverend geluid.
Ja, de selfies blijven komen.
We are Belgium. Tim Seelen la patat.
Hij zou nog zijn cadeautje bijna vergeten. Wees er straks bij voor die...
I worked very hard for this result and just happy for time trial, and we win this. After won this race, I'm very super happy, and it is the result of very hard work in all of this year, and I hope that in next year confirm this jersey, because it's very beautiful to have this.
We gaan de huldiging krijgen, dames en heren, in een volgende categorie. De huldiging in de MT1-categorie. De medaillewinnaars melden zich op het podium. Ze gaan zometeen het eremetaal in ontvangst nemen. Zometeen de uitreiking van goud, zilver en brons aan de top 3 van deze categorie. En die medailles gaan terug uitgereikt worden door de heer Mohamed Ben El-Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling-commissie van de UCI.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohamed Ben El-Mahi, the president of the UCI Paracycling Committee.
In third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Denmark.
Op de derde plaats winnaar van de bronzen medaille voor Denemarken, Martin Heggelund.
Second place, winner of the silver medal representing South Korea.
Op de tweede plaats de zilveren medaille in deze categorie MT1 voor Zuid-Korea, Yoon Park.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, the winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, our very new UCI World Champion, coming from Italy.
En de regenboog staat klaar, de gouden medaille, winnaar van deze MT1 Road Race voor Italië, Giorgio Farani.
Tijd voor cadeautjes. Ik nodig zo meteen heel graag provinciegouverneur mevrouw Carina van Kouter uit om deze medaillewinnaars te belonen met een leuk cadeautje. En daar mag applaus bij, dames en heren.
The gifts are presented by the governor of East Flanders, Carina van Kouter.
Fan van de Ronse, dat zijn we allemaal. Het staat op de cadeautjes die ze krijgen. Het cadeautje voor de tweede in de uitslag, Yoon Park. Martin Heggelund had het zijn al gehad. En we hebben nog een cadeautje in petto. Of course, the present for our new World UCI champion from Italy, Giorgio Faroni. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, your attention please for the upcoming national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen presenteren wij het nationale volkslied van Italië, Italy.
Van begin tot einde meegezongen door de nieuwe wereldkampioen. Prachtig om te zien. We gaan ze zometeen uiteraard nogmaals een geweldig applaus geven. A big round of applause please van Martin Hegelund, Jon Jungpark en Giorgio Faroni. Zometeen nog 2 huldigingen op komst. 2 medal ceremony.
Dat was aankomst, ik kom, dat was aankomst.
WT2, de win als wedstrijd. De WT-categorie,
A dream comes true, and I'm super happy. I can't realize it's just now.
Van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen Geeuwen 2025 in Ronse.
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships for the category WT2 after their road race.
De prijsuitreiking van de UCI wereldkampioenschappen G-rennen 2025 in de categorie dames T2 na hun wegwedstrijd.
The medals will be presented once again by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, President of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, de president van de Paracycling Commissie van de UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all in 3rd place, winner of the bronze medal representing Germany.
De 3e plaats en de daarbij horende bronzen medaille gaat naar Duitsland. Angelika Drejok-Keizer.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Poland.
De tweede plaats en de zilveren medaille in het wereldkampioenschap voor Polen, Rita Malinkiewicz.
And she was so happy when she crossed the finish line. The winner of the gold medal, our new UCI World Champion, representing Switzerland.
In deze categorie WT2, gouden medaille, regenboogtrui. Eerste plaats, dames en heren, gaat naar Zwitserland, Celine van Til.
Tijd voor cadeautjes.
De gifts will be presented. De geschenken worden overhandigd door Gunther de Riemaker. Onze schepen van lokale economie en markten, lokaal sociaal beleid, HR, toerisme, evenementen en bommelsfeesten van de Ronse.
En hij mag namens deze wielergekke stad Ronse de cadeautjes overhandigen. Doe dat eerst en vooral aan Angelica Dreok-Kezer, de bronzen medaillewinnares. We hebben een cadeautje op dit ogenblik uitgereikt aan de zilveren medaillewinnares uit Polen, Rita Malinkiewicz. En uiteraard is er het cadeautje voor de absoluut meer dan verdiende nieuwe wereldkampioene. The present for our very new UCI World Champion, Celine van Til. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioenen presenteren wij het nationale volkslied van La Suisse, Zwitserland.
Prachtig mooi moment. Very special moment. En applaus voor onze medaillewinnaars.
Nog eens een handen met elkaar, dames en heren, voor Angelica Dreok-Kezer, Rita Malinkiewicz en Celine van Til.
One to go. Laatste huldigingsceremonie voor deze middagsessie is komende.
We gaan naar de categorie dames DI.
Dus bij de WT2 en WT1 categorie kennen we ondertussen al de beide wereldkampioenen. We waren enigszins verrast, want we hadden ze niet eerder in beeld gekregen, maar ze waren er wel. Met,
I don't know what I feel. I like racing. I I think I race more against myself than against the other people. I race for myself and I want to make myself better. The race is always against myself.
World Championships in Ronse. Welkom nog eens, dames en heren, bij de vrije ceremonie van de UCI Wereldkampioenschappen Herenrennen 2025 in Ronse.
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships category WT1 after the road race.
We gaan nu kijken naar de prijsuitreiking van de UCI Wereldkampioenschappen Geberrennen 2025 in de categorie dames T1 na hun wegwedstrijd.
The medals will be once again be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben Elmahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI.
De medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben Elmahi, de president van de Paracycling-commissie van de UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Czechia.
Op de derde plaats en de bronzen medaille in deze categorie WT1 voor Tsjechië, Pavlina Vejvodova.
In second place, winner of the silver medal representing Uzbekistan.
Op de tweede plaats en met een zilveren medaille richting Oezbekistan, Mariona Pardaboyeva.
And then last but not least, winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, our very new UCI world champion in this category, representing the Netherlands.
En dan nu, dames en heren, de regenboogtrui, de gouden medaille, de eerste plaats op dit wereldkampioenschap in Ronse gaat naar Nederland. Maar dames en heren, Marieke van Soest!
Deze drie medaillewinnaressen gaan we belonen met een cadeautje, Filip.
De gifts will be presented. De geschenken worden overhandigd namens voor de stad Ronse door Brigitte van den Houten, de voorzitter van de Commissie voor Maatschappelijk Welzijn, wethouder voor de maatschappelijke zorg, voorzitter van de Commissie voor Speciale Diensten, Onderwijs en Dierenwelzijn.
We hebben een cadeautje voor de bronzen medaillewinnares uit Tsjechië, Pavlina Vejvodova. We gaan een cadeautje uitreiken aan de tweede in deze categorie, de zilveren medaillewinnares uit Oezbekistan, Mariona Pardaboyeva. En we hebben een cadeautje in petto voor de Nederlandse wereldkampioenen in de WT1-categorie. We gaan straks luisteren naar het Wilhelmus ter ere van de wereldkampioenen, Marieke van Soest. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem.
Ter ere van onze nieuwe UCI wereldkampioenen in de WT1-categorie presenteren wij, dames en heren, het Wilhelmus van Nederland, de Netherlands.
Please put your hands together. Verdiend applaus. Laatste applaus voor wat deze middagsessie qua huldigingen betreft voor de medaillewinnaressen op het podium. Pavlina Vejvodova voor Tsjechië, voor Oezbekistan. Mariona Pardubajeva en de Nederlandse wereldkampioene Marieke van Soest. Dames en heren, dank voor al uw enthousiasme alvast, dank voor al uw applaus, dank voor de vocal support die we gekregen hebben. Dit was voorlopig het einde van de huldigingen. We gaan